Chapter 150. Gao Lisher had always been here, so he was more familiar with Li Yi. After the initial shock, he quickly recovered. This was the first time Yang Xishu had met him. He was at a loss. What kind of person was this young man Dong Zhu? He was ruthless enough to make others afraid. However, this young man gave him a gentle feeling. Oh, he was gentle and refined, but not pretentious. He made people feel comfortable in his carefreeness, and was always considerate of others. What happened just now? How could his eyes be so clear when he said he would wipe out their entire family and dig up their ancestral graves? In order to make others afraid, he wrote his viciousness on his face. When it came to this young man, he said he would be just as calm when he killed. I will remember this. Yang Xishu was more sincere when he spoke to Li Yi. He had no choice but to be afraid. This young man was truly ruthless. Thank you. Li Yi did not expect Li Longji to be so ruthless. The group continued to stroll around the residential area. Then they saw an old grandpa and an old grandma. Yes, they should not be called old grandpa and old grandma. It was too unfriendly. The old man wore a cuff on his arm. On it was written patrol. Li Dongzhu this is. Yang Xishu did not understand what the old man and old grandma were doing. The weather is too cold. At first, the old man worked as a craftsman. Now that his fingers are not nimble enough, I let them out for a walk. The winter sun is also sunlight. Basking in the sun can replenish calcium. They drink fish soup made with bones and oysters. Then they eat sea cabbage and bask in the sun. Li Yi explained the reason. The weather was cold, and the old man worked in the house. He was not very efficient. If they fell sick, he would have to treat them. Since that was the case, let them come out and eat nutritious meals. Gao Lisher followed up and asked, what do they do? If someone is not doing well, give them some pointers. If someone is slacking, give them a warning. If someone is in trouble, tell the farmer. Li Yi explained the work arrangements for the old grandpa and grandma. Basking in the sun, one had to have a sense of existence. After working for a lifetime, one would have some experience. The things they did would give them a sense of satisfaction and make them feel that they were needed by society. Everyone would grow old one day, and it would be a slow aging process. If one day a person realized that his existence was meaningless, then some people could always find a way by themselves, so they were very happy even when they were 80 or 90 years old. Some people couldn't find a way. They were in their 60s or 70s. The siren of an ambulance sounded. Li Yi was helping others to find. Don't be so pessimistic. You can do it. Your experience is admirable. Your existence is too important. Surprisingly, Yang Siluan understood. He understood Li Yi's thoughts, but he didn't understand Li Yi as a person. To put it simply, he really wanted to ask Li Yi, why are you so extreme? He was black-hearted and ruthless, but he still had the heart of a bodhisattva. You're someone who takes revenge for the smallest grievance. Basically, there's no need for overnight vengeance. You've already taken revenge. But when the person who disrespected you fell down, you knelt down to save him. You're willing to give out countless technologies that will benefit the people for free, but soy sauce is still so expensive. You, Zhuangzi, give people the impression that you are greatly indebted to us, and you have also come up with ideas for Chang, and saving countless lives without claiming any credit. You're full of talent. You design gardens for the students, provide water and wine for free, but you don't participate in the discussion of Tao. What are you trying to do? Yang Xi thought, and his head hurt. This road connects to the Zhang family's village. There's really no time this year. We can't build a road on the frozen soil. Otherwise, when spring comes, the roadbed will be finished. It's okay to dig the frozen soil, but the people in the Zhang family's village are very busy. Oh, everyone is busy. I'm short of manpower. Look over there. I asked the people in the Zhang family's village to plant a greenhouse. I wanted to rent it, but they insisted on letting me use it for free. I'm embarrassed, so I gave them a 10% interest. The cucumbers and vegetables are coming out one after another. It's almost the new year. They can be sold for a good price. Li Yi said to Gao Lisher while Yang Si was in a dilemma. When he spoke of this matter, Li Yi's expression and tone changed. He was no longer so calm. Instead, he was excited. It seemed that only bringing benefits to the Zhang family's village could move his heart. A group of children ran over from the Zhang family's village. They stopped about 20 meters away and were whispering to each other. A little girl ran over. Big brother Dongzhu, they said that if I came over, you would give me candy to eat, right? The little girl said loudly. Then she whispered, I know they lied to me, but I wanted to come over and see you. I ate the grapes you gave us in autumn. They were very sweet. Li Yi smiled, picked up the little girl and looked back at Cui Lu. Cui Lu rummaged through her satchel, took out a big round lollipop and handed it to Li. Li Yi let the little girl hold the lollipop and tore off the outside paper, revealing the glutinous rice paper inside. He took it off again and stuffed the glutinous rice paper into the little girl's mouth. He said, lick this candy. It's also very sweet. The little girl's small mouth moved quickly and ate the glutinous rice paper. She was already very satisfied. However, she still obediently stuck out her tongue and licked the lollipop. She immediately showed a happy expression. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she stuck out her little tongue to lick her lips. So they didn't lie to me. Big brother Dongzhu really did have candy. Yes, but this candy can only be given to you. Others can't touch it. Tell them, if anyone dares to touch it, Big brother Dongzhu will teach them a lesson. Li Yi said to the little girl with a serious face. Yes, I will tell them. The little girl was equally serious. Li Yi put down the child. The little girl held the big lollipop and ran back, shouting as she ran. Big brother Dongzhu said, this is mine. No one else can touch it. Li Yi. Yang Si-sen pointed at Li Yi. He really didn't know what to say. I have always had candy. I only occasionally met Zhuangzi's children and gave them to cheer them up. Today, there were so many children in the Zhang family's village. To coax a little girl, I will let them know how painful it is to be beaten. If they want candy, they can ask me directly. Do you think I won't give it to them? Why would they think that I won't give it to them? Li Yi said with a smile. However, for those children it was a sad night. Will something happen to them? Yang Si-sen began to worry about the group of naughty children. No, Zhuangzi has a special course for beating children. Everyone in the Zhang family's village has learned it. Wang Xing answered from the side. Tao Hong confirmed. They beat the little girl until she screams. But nothing happens the next day. The child is still so happy. Really? Yang Si-sen didn't believe it. Yes. Li Yi was certain. He taught it. People who studied medicine knew this. If they didn't believe it, they could stab you dozens of times. Every stab would draw blood. In the end, it would be evaluated as a light injury. Yang Si-sen, he was such a fierce person. He was a little scared. Was a person with high medical skills so evil? He actually taught people how to beat children. Before they were beaten, some of the children who had just coaxed the little girl to come over cried. It was such a big piece of candy. The little girl licked it sweetly and didn't let anyone else have a taste. For the children, this was such a sad thing. Their hearts were broken. Tomorrow, remember to send a stick of sugar-coated haws to each child in the Zhang family's village. You have to say that I specially sent it. After they eat it, they won't hate me anymore. Li Yi said to the palace maids and eunuchs. When he was in school, pediatrics was part of his curriculum. The first subject in pediatrics was child psychology. The exams were focused because children didn't know how to express themselves. In ancient times, they were called mute subjects. It was impossible to ask questions like looking, listening, and asking. It was simply nonsense to expect the child to give any useful information. However, during diagnosis, they still had to talk to the child. At this time, they used child psychology to judge the child's situation. For a baby who couldn't even speak, They had to observe the child's expression. Under subjective stimulation, the baby's face would give feedback. Now, Li knew that the children who were beaten would hate him. He had to quickly send delicious food tomorrow. There was nothing a stick of sugar-coated haws couldn't solve. If there was then. Chapter 151. The group didn't enter the Zhang family village and just stood there, seeing the sporadic smoke rising. Yang Si-sun was puzzled and asked, "Don't the people in the Zhang family village eat together?" Li Yi shook his head. "It's troublesome if they eat together. Some eat more and some eat less. Who will pay for the food, oil, and salt?" Li Yi knew that eating from the same pot wasn't a good idea, but there was no problem with cooperatives. Therefore, there was a public fund in the Zhang family village. In the summer, besides the money from selling toads, the rest of the money was in the fund. It was used to repair the villagers' houses, roads, and other things like selling toads in the future. That makes sense. Yang Si-sun nodded. "Let's go take a look at the greenhouses." Gao Lisher suggested. There were greenhouses in Luli village and around the hot springs in the palace. Now that the palace had started to eat, Her Majesty wanted him to come and see if the vegetables in Li Yi's greenhouses were better than those in other places. Everyone went to the big greenhouses together. The greenhouses were made of silk and were not as transparent as glass and plastic. However, light could still shine in, and the plants grew slowly. Due to the lack of light, the chlorophyll synthesis is not much, so the chives are yellow. The yellow chives are planted in darker places. Li Yi explained, next to the chives in the greenhouses. "I know about the yellow garlic." Yang Si-sun expressed that he understood. In the few days before and after harvesting the chives, you can't fertilize them. You can't water them immediately after harvesting them. The roots will rot. Li Yi talked about planting techniques. Everyone who planted chives knew this. "Is that celery over there?" "Celery is good. You can always break it." Gao Lisher pointed at another piece of land and said, "In the past, when eating celery, you always remove the leaves. I believe that people who eat celery in winter will leave the leaves to make pickles." Li Yi came to the celery field and squatted down to see if there were any insects. If there were any diseases, he would take measures. They walked from one shed to the other. Cucumbers were the most common vegetables. In the winter, the fragrance of cucumbers gave people a great feeling. Then there were chrysanthemum flowers, spinach, kale, cabbage, and dandelions. Yes, there were dandelions. The roots of dandelions were medicinal herbs. The leaves could also be broken off and eaten like celery. They didn't plant daylilies. The flower-eating part of daylilies were all dried. Zhuangzi had bought a lot of them. Other than that, there were winter sunflower and eggplant. Each crop had a different growth cycle. Some could be eaten already, while others had to wait. "Is this a carrot?" Gao Lisher squatted in the carrot field. The carrot sprouted in the water and moved over. Leaves were still growing, and the situation below was unclear unless they dug it out. It's all thanks to shopkeeper Yu Huaid. He bought the carrots from Tubo. Once the seeds are planted, we can plant them on a large scale. Li Yi thought of Yu Huaid, who should have completely recovered from his illness. "If you have the seeds, do you need to plant them in a greenhouse in winter?" Gao Lisher was not familiar with it, but he wanted to learn. "There's no need to plant them in winter. Carrots have a longer shelf life and are better preserved than radishes. But I will build a greenhouse for a part of the carrot field in Zhuangzi in winter. Chong and is cold in winter. If you want to get the seeds from the carrots, you have to survive the winter. You should send the seeds to a warm place in the south to breed them. Every year, you should send the seeds to various places. You can plant them in the year and eat them in the year." Li Yi said as he took out a carrot. There was still a small section at the bottom. After observing it, he stuffed it in and pressed the soil beside it with his hand. Then he reached back and took out the pine tree he was carrying from the trailer. He opened the box and took out a glass bottle. He used tweezers to pinch out 2 alcohol cotton balls. Li Yi took the cotton balls and wiped his hands. A smell of alcohol filled the air. Li Dongzhu, what are you doing? Yang Si was puzzled. I'm a doctor. I have to ensure that my hands are in a relatively clean state at all times. If I suddenly have a patient and my hands are stained with something, I will kill him. Li Yi smelled his fingers and grinned. He didn't have any alcohol gel, so he could only use alcohol cotton balls. When there was no one to supervise his doctor's behavior, he had to be strict with himself. After a few rounds, everyone went to the canteen. The vegetables that could be picked from the greenhouse appeared in the canteen. The cucumbers were not stir-fried. Other than making soup, they were washed and made into garlic cucumbers. This was the first time Yang Si came to the canteen. In the past, he had only heard that there were good things for the villagers to eat. Today, he saw cucumbers. Usually, only the imperial family had cucumbers in winter. Occasionally, they would be given to the ministers. No matter how rich the others were, they couldn't buy them. This year, there were greenhouses, but the cucumbers in other places were still not put out. In the end, Li Yi took out zhuangzi for everyone to eat. How much would it cost with a bite? Your villagers are not bad. Yang Si thought about the money he would spend. He found that the villagers only took some cucumbers and tasted them. We are all used to being poor. As a Dongzhu, I'm not good enough. Li Yi blamed himself. Yang Si was speechless. You're not good enough? This year's experiment was very successful. Next year, I will build more greenhouses and let the villagers eat the vegetables. Li Yi said softly. At this time, Songda walked over and said to Li Yi, Dongzhu, the herbs have all been arranged by the people from the Imperial Physician Department. According to your instructions, the herbs in the palace and outside are divided into 2 pharmacies. Bring them to eat. You must treat them well. Li Yi nodded. Li Dongzhu, why are we separated? Gao Lisher asked. The ones in the palace are for the rich. The ones outside are for those who can't afford the medicine, Li Yi replied. Yang Si understood. You want to ask the rich for a high price. Yes, Li Yi nodded. That was his plan. Good medicine was naturally expensive. It was 100 times more expensive. If the poor came here, they could only subsidize a part of it. They might even be given free treatment and medicine. Not to mention now, the hospital back then also had money that could not be recovered. They went through the Green Channel and the patients had no money. Just like the woman who fell by the Baishui Bridge, she was saved by injecting glucose. If it was another illness, there was no money for treatment. Gao Lisher went to get the dishes. When everyone sat down to eat, he said to Li Yi, I know what you're thinking, but have you ever thought that people from other places would come here to ask for medicine? Li Yi put down his chopsticks. In the future, I won't buy the medicine in Zhuangzi's pharmacy. The other pharmacies will send it to me. I have more medical books. If you want to learn, you have to pay the price. I can't control things that are too far away. If the pharmacies in the capital don't give me the herbs, I will ban them. When he spoke, his tone was calm, but his attitude was firm. Learning medicine didn't cost money? How could there be such a good thing? If he learned it, he would be able to treat more patients, especially the rich. When he earned money, he would quickly change it into medicine and send it over. Gao Lisher paused and looked at Li Yi in astonishment. He thought that this was a good thing for the people, and Li Yi would give it away. He actually started to charge money. How many more medical books do you have? Yang Si knew that this book was a summary of the predecessors and Li Yi's own information. It was the Compendium of Materia Medica. He thought that this book was enough to make Li Yi's name go down in history. Sigh. Li Yi sighed and looked distressed. There are too many. How long do I have to copy it? This year, I will work hard and try to copy 50 books first. I will slowly copy the rest year by year. As expected, if you persuade people to learn medicine, you will be struck by lightning. This time, even the eunuchs, palace maids, Yang Si and Gao Lisher were speechless. Chapter 152. Let's eat. Gao Lisher called out to everyone. Then everyone lowered their heads and ate. They didn't say anything. They didn't want to say anything. It wasn't because they were depressed, but because they didn't dare to ask. A young Dongju could learn so many medical books. They couldn't ask too much. The whole table suddenly became quiet. Li Yi ate slowly. A group of people from the Imperial Medical Department came in. Quick, quick, there's cucumber, cold spinach, celery, stir-fried, shredded pork. Oh my God, is this heaven on earth's pickled eggplant strips? There's too much garlic in it. Is it free? Not everyone in the Imperial Medical Department was an imperial physician. There were different positions. For example, the herb garden workers. The herb garden workers were new apprentices. They took care of the herb garden and identified the herbs. Imperial physicians had high status, but apprentices had no status. In winter, they wanted to eat vegetables, radishes, and cabbages. The more they ate, the less they ate and the more expensive they became. When they sorted the herbs and put them in the drawers, they were thinking about the food in Zhuangzi's cafeteria. When they finished, there were indeed a lot of vegetables. The price of chrysanthemum flower was not low in summer. In winter, they couldn't eat it. They couldn't even find it in hot springs. Zhuangzi's cafeteria had it. They quickly put it in. The farmers looked and felt a little distressed, but didn't say anything. They didn't know medicine. They couldn't expect Dongju to be busy for a month or two. Steward Song just said to the group, "Don't be polite. When you leave, Zhuangzi will give you vegetables." The apprentices were happy at first, but then lowered their heads and sighed. They were apprentices. How could they eat cucumbers? Of course it was for their master. Sure enough, the imperial physicians and doctors smiled. Good, it was good to give them vegetables. The apprentices began to eat as much as they could. Originally, there were 2 meals a day, one in the morning at around 3 in the morning, and another in the afternoon at around 5 in the afternoon. In order to eat lunch in Zhuangzi, not to mention the apprentices, even the people of the Imperial Medical Department had to eat 3 meals a day on an empty stomach in the morning. Now, they finally had the opportunity. They didn't eat the main dishes at all. They only ate vegetables. After eating a few mouthfuls, Yang Si-sen said to Wang Xing, "I envy you." Wang Xing quivered, his mouth moved as he whispered, "Ming, next year I'll be in charge of the imperial plantation, planting greenhouses." Li Yi sighed inwardly. "What are you afraid of? Is he going to eat you? How much did you give him? If he dares to switch, I will immediately terminate the cooperation." Thinking about this, Li Yi said to Yang Si-sen, "General Yang, I have a presumptuous request." "Speak." Yang Sixuan looked at Li Yi. "Many of the vegetables in the greenhouse don't look good. I'm annoyed by them. I wonder if I can ask Supervisor Wang to send them to the palace. General, please help me find a place to bury them." Li Yi was very sincere when he said this. He looked like he was begging for help. Yang Si-sen's eyes widened. How could a bribe be so shameless? What kind of excuse is that? You sent it all the way here so that I can help you bury it? Gao Lisher suddenly said, "We have a place to bury it." Then I'll have to trouble the 2 generals. Li Yi continued to be sincere. "Steward Song, I'm here to drink the 1,000 sunset, frost due again." Someone shouted outside the canteen. "Oh, it's Urshi. Come in and have a meal." Song stood up and went out. He pulled in a man in his 20s. He was Tang of the Imperial College, a servant of the Qi family. That day when Pei Yaoqing held a drinking ceremony, Tang Qi came to help. As he was an official, he received 2 small bottles of glycerin for free. The colder the weather, the more effective the glycerin was. When the lips, hands, and face were dry, the glycerin would be applied. After all, the glycerin was sticky on the face. Other people gave a discount. 1 bottle cost 1,000 coins. In the heavenly world, they only sold glycerin and did not give out free bottles. 1 bottle cost 2,000 coins. Tang Qi took 2 bottles and gave him 500 coins per bottle. After all, he was an official. Usually, Urshi came once every 5 days. Why did he use it so quickly? He had to ask Tang. Ershi seemed very reserved. His face was red. It seemed that he knew the reason why the glycerin was used so quickly. He was embarrassed. Songda was very enthusiastic. He pulled Ershi to serve more vegetables. He knew that Dongzhu would not have direct contact with the Imperial College. The Imperial College did not have much power. At the same time, their ranks were low. Then, as a steward, he had to protect the circle of interests that Dongzhu did not care about. The things in Lidongzhu and Zhuangzi are really hard to find. Yang Si-sun sighed. Glycerin, toilet water, sanitary napkins, he used them all. As for the fungus and monkey's head mushrooms, although he took most of them when they entered the palace, he directly gave them to the emperor. Then the emperor rewarded him with a small portion. He knew that the emperor knew what was in the imperial plantation and how it was there. If he dared to secretly keep it, the consequences would be unimaginable. General Yang, what are you saying? I have a few small mirrors. I don't think they look good, so no, I don't want them. Before Li Yi could finish, Yang Si-sun decisively refused. He did not want to die. Only the empress had mirrors. The empress counted on using mirrors to reflect her status. If the other eunuchs in the palace could get mirrors, yes, you can't. Gao Lisher followed. He had a small mirror, but he never dared to take it out. There were 4 palace maids and eunuchs on shift, 1 for each of them. They were also not ordered around in the palace. Only when it was their turn would they look at themselves in Zhuangzi. Fine. Li Yi did not insist. Yang Si-sun let out a sigh of relief. He took out a small bottle of toilet water from his sleeve, twisted open the glass lid and smelled it. Then he twisted it back and put it away. He found that the toilet water was very refreshing. The people in the palace who had the ability to get toilet water would usually smell it when they were sleepy. As eunuchs, they needed toilet water and sanitary napkins more than palace maids. It was a physical problem. Li Dongzhu, give me more toilet water. Yang Si-sun was not polite at all. Take it with the lighter when you go back. Li Yi agreed. Li Dongzhu, are you in the cafeteria? I'm here to give you something. There was a shout from outside. Li Yi was stunned. He felt that the voice was familiar, but he could not remember. Songda hurriedly said, Yu Huai, shopkeeper you. Ah. Li Yi remembered the patient he circumcised. I'll go take a look. He said to the others and walked out. Yu Huai was standing outside. He was wearing a long leather skirt to keep him warm. You're already healed. You don't need to wear a skirt. Li Yi said to Yu Huai, I'm used to it. There are people in Tubo who wear skirts. There are underwear made by you inside. It's comfortable. Yu Huai said. He looked quite happy. Li Yi knew the reason. Yu Huai could enter Pyongkong Square. It was said that carrots were good. Then, Pyongkong Square heard that he used a large amount of carrots to pay for the medical expenses. Li Yi took advantage of it, so they forgave him. Yu Huai shook his skirt. Li Dongzhu, I've offended you before. I feel bad, so I came to give you some things. The goods I brought back were all sold out. I didn't lose anything. As Yu Huai said this, he waved his hand. The people behind him rushed over. The carriage was covered with a thatched cloth. When it was lifted, it revealed sheepskin and yak skin stacked together inside. 20 pieces of yak skin and 200 pieces of sheepskin. The weather is cold. Li Dongzhu, make a cushion. Yu Huai said loudly. Chapter 153. Li Yi did not need to look to know that the leather was of the best quality. It was reserved for him. Thank you, shopkeeper you. Come in and have some hot soup. Li Yi invited. Songda was in charge of the others who came with Yu Huai. Although it was called soup, it was actually a meal. Li Yi said goodbye to Gao Lisher and Yang Silu, then carried his plate to another place. It was not suitable for Yu Huai to interact with the palace eunuchs. The 2 of them sat down. Yu Huai looked at the vegetables he had eaten in a daze, then looked up at Li Yi. Li Dongzhu, you really managed to grow them? Is it that shed made of silk? Yu Huai didn't see food, but business opportunities. Yu Dongzhu, do you want to grow them next year? This year is fine too. Some vegetables that grow quickly can be grown before the end of spring. The price is not bad either. Li Yi looked at Yu Huai expectantly, hoping that he would agree. If the shed was successful, the experience could be spread. If more people grew, it would promote social development and benefit the people. Yu Huai was excited. You, Li Dongzhu, you say you are willing to teach me how to use a shed to grow vegetables in winter. We can discuss it, Li Yi said modestly. But the vegetables in your shed can make money. Yu Huai could not understand. If he had such a method, he would definitely keep it a secret and not tell anyone. Who is going to get a bottle of toilet water? Li Yi looked at the farmers who were eating a few meters away. I'll go. As soon as Li Yi's voice fell, a person stood up, turned around and ran. Toilet water could be found everywhere. At home, in the workshop, farmers used toilet water as an air freshener. Li Yi asked them to do so. The others were a step too late and sat down in frustration. Yu Huai looked at the vegetables in front of him, especially the cucumbers. He did not touch them and waited. Li Yi took the opportunity to say to Yu Huai, Shopkeeper, Yu has used soap for washing his hands many times. I did not sell it. Yes, good stuff. Whether it's oil or dust, it can be washed clean with soap. Even the dirt on your hands can be brushed off. Yu Huai had always used it when he was in the hospital. He had also used the soap before, but he didn't dare to covet it. Shopkeeper Yu, do you think there will be people willing to buy the soap from Tubo? Li Yi asked. I'll buy it. Tubo people are even more reluctant to bathe than us. They can't wash themselves clean after a long time, especially their hair. They use firewood ashes to rub their hair. Yu Huai sat up straight. He vaguely knew what Li Yi was going to do. Li Yi pondered for a moment and said, I originally wanted to ask Shopkeeper Yu to go to Tubo alone to sell soap, but I'm worried that, Shopkeeper, you won't be able to handle the transportation. Yu Huai's expression changed, and he shuddered. That won't do. I have to find more people to form a big team and bring soap with them. He recalled the past when he took the Tubo route. It was difficult. There were road bandits, mountain bandits, and government officials. The government officials were the easiest to deal with. They gave money and bribed people for a long time. The mountain bandits also gave benefits, but sometimes they would suddenly turn their backs on you or change their leader. That was a troublesome matter. The most frightening thing was the road bandits. They didn't have a fixed location and would rob and kill as soon as they came. They wouldn't even give you a chance to negotiate. If he brought the soap to sell, there wouldn't be a second time. The first time he sold it, he would probably be betrayed by the people who took the same route. If he was lucky enough to beat them off and came back, he wouldn't be able to make it back alive the second time. I will only work with Shopkeeper Yu. I won't recognize anyone else. I would rather cut off this route than change people. Li Yi promised Yu Huai. Thank you. I will find someone to work with. The price, how do we calculate it? Yu Huai asked. 50-50. You bring the soap over and exchange it for local goods. When you come back and sell it, you can give me half of the money or half of the goods. I will send a few people with the team. They can die, but the premise is that you are all dead. If they are dead and you are alive, I don't want to listen to explanations. I only want to see the results. Don't tell me why you suddenly encountered a situation and didn't have time to wait. Li Yi made it clear that the people he sent were to supervise you. If they died, it was your problem. As for the consequences of your own people dying, you can think about it yourself. Yu Huai nodded vigorously. I will recruit more bodyguards from Chang'an. Every time I go out, I will tell Li Dongzhu about the situation of their families. If I am dead and they are alive, I believe Li Dongzhu will know what to do. Yu Huai was even more ruthless. One by one, they would supervise each other. While they were talking, the person who went to get the toilet water returned. Li Yi took it and asked Yu Huai to smell it. This is toilet water. Tubo people have a strong smell. After bathing with soap and applying some toilet water, it will be very fragrant. This toilet water can also be used when bathing in a wooden bucket. After bathing, the body will have a fragrant smell. After a shopkeeper you organizes the manpower, we will sell it to the Tubo people together. Apart from me, there is no other shop in the world. Li Yi said he was going to smuggle. In other words, he was preparing to play a trade war. The cost of soap and toilet water were low, and they were exported at high prices to maintain a trade surplus. Whoever mastered the technology and controlled the demand would have the initiative in the trade. Yu Huaid sniffed hard. He felt that he was in a good mood and his whole body was comfortable. What does Li Dongzhu want in exchange? Yu Huaid decided to do this business. He formed a large team with the others. Livestock, jerky, sheepskin wool. I don't want jewelry. There should be some cotton there. Cotton can be exchanged. If you can bring back a good horse alive, I will give you an extra 10%. Li Yi talked about the specific goods. Jewelry was useless to him. It was minerals that could be eaten, worn, and used. Only basic necessities could shake the other party's foundation. As for cotton, he was willing to pay a higher price. If he planted cotton, he couldn't grow anything else. Yu Huaid couldn't think of Li Yi's plan. He took note of Li Yi's words before eating. After eating, Li Yi sent Yu Huaid to Zhuangzi. He said, "When you find the people in the alliance, tell them that I will teach them how to grow in a greenhouse. I will do it when I get back." Yu Huaid nodded vigorously. He then left with 2 large baskets of vegetables that weighed more than 50 kilograms. He wanted to treat some people to dinner tonight. He would use these vegetables, especially cucumbers. Li Yi turned his head and sent Yang Si-sun and Gao Lisher away. He took lighters and toilet water and gave 10 to Wang Xing. He thought about what to do with them. "Come, one for each of you. If you have nothing to do, play with them. Don't burn them." After sending everyone away, including the people from the Imperial Physician Department, Li Yi threw Tao Hong and the others an alcohol lighter each. Tao Hong and the others were very willing to listen to the tinkling sounds and watch the flames come out before extinguishing them. Li Yi thought for a moment and found Songda. "Where is Liuli village? Send some lighters to my big brother. We will sell alcohol in the future. It is in the west of Chang'an. It was originally a wasteland. Later, someone built Zhuangzi. At that time, it was not called Liuli village. Now, very few people know about it." Songda understood part of the situation from the people who bought soy sauce. "Send 200. I will write a letter and ask my big brother to help send it. When the alcohol runs out, I will fill it up." Li Yi went back to the courtyard to write a letter. Some food was not good. Eating it would make one sick. He planned to make wine. He didn't drink it anyway. He would sell the distilled alcohol. Chapter 154. Suddenly seeing green in the cold winter, the villagers gathered together. They talked about how much money they had. The villagers asked them to take the account of Zhang village. Brother E, I'm here. I haven't seen you for a long time and I miss you." Li Yi just finished instructing Songda when Li Qingqi ran over. "Quick, carry the things down." Li Qingqi stood beside Li Yi. He brought 2 big carriages with him, which were also covered with tarps. "Brother, are these vegetables? Don't lift them, they'll be too cold to stay." Li Yi thought his brother was bringing vegetables from Liuli village's greenhouse, so he quickly persuaded him. "They're not vegetables. You have vegetables in Zhuangzi, so I'll give you some." Li Qingqi said. When the things on the carriages were carried down, a gust of wind blew. Li Yi smelled the smell of the sea. Well, it was a fishy smell. Oysters with shells. "Brother E, didn't you say they were delicious? Oysters are not worth much, but the shipping cost is high." Li Qingqi said, "Brother, how much did you buy?" Li Yi smacked his lips. He wanted to eat grilled oysters. This weather was suitable for transporting large quantities of seafood. As long as the ships were loaded quickly, they would enter a cold place and freeze before they broke down. Li Qingqi opened his palm, revealing his 5 fingers. Then he withdrew 3 fingers. Li Yi asked, 20,000 caddies? 2 ships, 2 big ships for transporting grain. There are too many of these things at the seaside. My subordinates told me that the fishermen were very happy. Li Qingqi shook his palm and said the number. Li Yi looked at him. He looked carefully. He looked hard. He wanted to see how he was able to mobilize 2 large ships to transport the oysters. Chang'an's canals were all flatboats. The big ships could carry more than 5,000 caddies of grain, and each caddy was 120 caddies. In other words, there were 2 million caddies of oysters with shells. Where did they come from? How many people did they use? The Tang Huiyao recorded how many things a big ship could carry, and it was still a flat boat for transporting grain. In the first month of the 10th year of Zhenguan, the ships in Shanzhou caught fire. 215 ships were burned. 1 million caddies of rice were damaged. 600 people on the ships were killed. A normal and not overloaded ship, 5,000 sure. Other than that, there were even bigger ones. Ships were calculated according to their weight, not their volume. The draft had nothing to do with the volume of the cargo. How many shelled oysters could be weighed in 1 caddy? It depends on the size. There was no way to calculate this. Li Yi could weigh 8 small oysters per caddy and 4 big ones. There were also smaller ones and bigger ones. Of course, the smaller ones didn't have any meat. They were all shells. Now, there were even more weights. 1,200,000 caddies? How long will that take? Li Yi was surprised by the number. Brother Yi, how many people are there in Chang'an? Do you know how many caddies a person can eat? Li Qingqi asked with a smile. Li Yi shook his head. He didn't know. It was easy to find a permanent resident. He just had to flip through the household register, and it was written there. Floating population, as well as unregistered residents hired by the big families. How would they know? This time Li Qingqi said with an I know better than you look. Brother, Yi also said that our purpose of buying things from the seaside is to let the people by the seaside have a better life. If I buy too little, how can it become popular in Chang'an? If the price is slightly lower, more people will eat it. When other businessmen see the high demand, they will be tempted to buy in large quantities. The people by the seaside are always causing trouble because they can't live anymore. Now, when he talked about economic matters, he seemed to be quite good. Li Yi gave a fist salute. Big brother, you didn't forget your original intention. That's right. That's why I sent them to Brother Yi. Brother Yi, you can cook them for me. We can make a lot of money later. Li Qingqi said another original intention. Wash the shells first. Li Yi also wanted to eat. Dry and shelled oysters were obviously different. Li Yi called out. The farmers ran over and unloaded the sacks of oysters. They put them on a flatbed cart and pushed them into the house to be washed. There was warm water in the house. They wouldn't wash with cold water outside. Li Yi taught them how to pry open the first few oysters with a knife. Someone next to him lit the charcoal fire. Li Yi began to mix the juice and mince the garlic. You don't need to pound the garlic. The juice will come out when you pound it. You have to cut it into small pieces. Then you add ginger juice and oil. But you can't use soy sauce. It can't be sold at a high price. Just put some salt in the ginger juice and pour it over when roasting. Add the garlic too, Li Yi said as he worked. Then he added, if you think the taste is not strong enough, you can eat it yourself. Don't you remember that the oysters are cooked in summer? You can add a little oyster sauce. Don't sell it unless you sell it at a high price. For example, in Earthly Paradise. Li Qingqi stood aside and waited. He was ready to eat and taste what it tasted like. When the first oyster was cooked, Li Yi first moved to the side to dry it. A group of people came to Zhang village, led by village chief Zhang Shao. Village chief Zhang, you came at the right time. Let's eat roasted oysters. Li Yi greeted him warmly. Zhang Xiao went forward to take a look. Then he said to Li Yi, Li Dongzhu, the village has discussed it. You can distribute the money earned from the greenhouse vegetables. Ah, Li Yi looked at Zhang Xiao in confusion. Why do you want me to distribute the money? It's too much. It's much more than the toads sold in summer. Although it hasn't been sold yet, we know that the vegetables in those greenhouses can be sold for more money than we can earn in our lifetime. Zhang Xiao turned around and pointed at Zhang Village. Li Yi cooperated with Zhang Village to rent land. He hired the villagers to take care of it and gave them 10% of the profit. At first, the villagers said they didn't want it. Li Yi forced them to give it to him. Now the villagers were afraid. Those tender cucumbers looked like strings of Kaiyuan Tongbao. Li Yi looked at the villagers who followed him and said to Zhang Xiao, Village Chief Zhang, don't you have the money left after the toads are sold? Put it together. No. Zhang Xiao shook his head and waved his hand. I don't dare. I don't have so much money. I don't know what to do with it. Yes, Dongzhu, don't make things difficult for the village chief. He has been worried, sick these days. The villager said. Too much? Li Yi muttered. Too much, too much. It's scary. Li Dongzhu will take care of the accounts for you. Zhang Xiao heard and asked again. Aren't you afraid that I will embezzle? Li Yi didn't think it was difficult to take care of the accounts. He didn't have anyone to supervise him. Do you think Dongzhu will be interested in our money? Even if Dongzhu has the flowers, we are willing to take it. The villager said again. The others echoed and insisted that Li Yi be responsible for the 10% of the money for the vegetables. Li Qingqi looked and listened. He persuaded, Brother Yi, since the people in Zhang village trust you, why don't you take care of it? Every few days, you can explain the accounts to the villagers. Village Chief Zhang can also learn. When he learns well, you can transfer the money to him. Yes, I will learn. Zhang Xiao said. In that case, I will take care of it. Next year, I will build a 2-story house for all of you. The house will be designed according to the current courtyard. Come, have some oysters. Li Yi decided and asked everyone to taste the oysters. Each of them took an oyster that was not hot. They held it with their hands and put it into their mouths with their chopsticks. The oysters were mixed with ginger juice and minced garlic. Li Qingqi ate and smacked his lips. It has a special taste. It is different from the dry ones. Brother Yi, how much do you think is suitable for a caddy? A caddy? Li Yi repeated. Big brother, are you going to sell it to other people? And then let other people sell it? 1,200,000 caddies. I can't sell it myself. Li Qingqi emphasized the weight. Even so, you can't sell it by caddy. Divide it into big, small, medium, and small. Pick out the biggest one, and it will be the special grade. Compare all the costs and increase the price by 3, 4, or 5 times. The small ones will increase the price by a little, while the big ones will increase the price by a lot. Li Yi gave a wholesale price. Chapter 155. Li Qingqi listened to Li Yi's price and pondered for a while, but he didn't understand. Brother Yi, why is the price difference so high? He picked up another roasted oyster. The small ones can still grow, but the price is different. Other people who want to buy from the seaside are naturally willing to follow the market in Chang and abandon the small ones to buy the big ones. Li Yi continued to roast the newly opened oysters as he spoke. Li Qingqi nodded. Good. Don't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Big brother, it's time to work on the cultivation of kunbu, sea cabbage, and oysters. In Jiangnan's Hangzhou, there's a saying in the Qi Min technique. Seaweed grows in the mountains by the sea of capital Wu. Li Yi felt that it was a pity to eat the small oysters. It was better to raise them for 2 more years. Artificial cultivation was the most suitable. Li Qingqi decided to go back and take a good look at the Qi Min technique. Is it to ask people to pick more seaweed? He had eaten seaweed before, and it was better than kunbu. Brother Yi, Is the seaweed a tribute from Hangzhou? Li Qingqi recalled the texture and taste of the seaweed and asked. Li Yi's hands didn't stop moving, but his eyes didn't look at the oysters. He seemed to be distracted. After 20 breaths, he said, Hangzhou's Yuhang County is a superior county. The tribute is white woven damask, red damask, rattan paper, papaya orange, honey ginger, dried ginger, rhizome, and acaranthes. There's no seaweed. Li Qingqi listened carefully. There was indeed nothing. Then he was suddenly shocked. He turned his head and stared at his brother Yi with his eyes wide open. In layman's terms it was, Damn, what did I ask? I asked about the tribute of a place. How did Brother Yi know? How did he remember? He asked again, Brother Yi, do you know how many counties there are? 8. Qiantang, Yangguan, Yuhang, Fuyang, Yuqian, Lin'an, Xinqing, and Tangshan. This time Li Yi answered quickly. It was slow just now because he was looking for information. Once he found the information, it was easy. Brother Yi, sigh. Li Qingqi's words turned into a sigh. What kind of encyclopedic knowledge was this? It scared people to death. Li Yi didn't care about what his brother was thinking. He said, since there's a lot of seaweed, artificial cultivation is easier. Later, I'll write down the techniques for culturing lambs, seaweed, sea cabbage, oysters, and scallops. Li Yi is ready to start mariculture. Mariculture is not like raising chickens, which takes several years to produce top-quality products. All right, I'll sell this batch of oysters and sea cabbages, as well as some other vegetables. With the money in hand, I'll go find a place to hire people to raise them. Li Qingqi didn't ask Li Yi to fork out the money. Back then, they had agreed that Li Yi would come up with the idea and take a share. Now, they had already made quite a bit of money from the sales, and their shares had been included. The people from the Zhang family village carefully tasted the roasted oysters, not daring to speak. Just now, they had heard with their own ears that 1,200,000 caddies of oysters were going to be taken out at 3, 4, or 5 times the price. How much would one of these things in the sea cost? How many per caddy? The village's greenhouses have not been paid yet. The village chief did not dare to manage the accounts. The business that Dong Zhu talked about was really frightening. After everyone had eaten a few more, Li Yi stopped. Leave 10% of the village's profits to me. If I need to spend money, I'll tell you. I'll wait for the village to agree before I act. No need, no need. Li Dongzhu, here's the money. You can use it however you want. We believe in you. A villager directly expressed his trust, ignoring the village chief next to him. The money from selling the toads was not cheap. The whole village was watching. If the village chief wanted to do something, he had to discuss it with the elders. However, when it came to Li Yi, he didn't care at all. Zhang Xiao looked indifferent. He didn't want to compare himself with Li Yi. At least, he couldn't ask the villagers to use the hydraulic threshing machine for free. Even in the winter, where the ice was removed at the Ba River, people still went to the river to process the husks and powder. Li Dongzhu, I'll leave this account book to you. Zhang Xiao took out a blank account book with only a cover. There was no paper inside. Li Yi tidied up his clothes and took it with both hands. Yi Ding will do his best to live up to your expectations. The account book, which was light as a feather, seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds when Li Yi took it. The villagers smiled happily. They had been wanting to do this for a long time, giving the money to Li Dongzhu to manage. The village's good days were coming. Li Chengqi looked at them from the side and sighed with emotion. Even if Brother Yi was an ordinary person, with this trust, he would definitely be given a county official's job in the palace. At the very least, he would be a registrar. There was no need for scholarly honors or knowledge. Compared to the cover of this account book, the 10,000 people's records were insignificant. This was the village's wealth entrusted to one person. There was no document, let alone a contract with a fingerprint. Dongzhu, let's go. The villagers were relieved and left after saying goodbye. Li Yi handed the cover to Cui Lu. Cui Lu ran into the study room to help put it down. As a palace maid, she also knew the weight of this item. If someone in a county had this item, they could impeach the county magistrate. Because of this qualification, the officials of the county government had to treat them with respect. Otherwise, they could rise up and lead the villagers to rebel at any time. Big brother, remember that oysters can't be eaten raw unless it's from the extreme north, the northern bay of Hebei province. You have to show me before you can eat it raw. Li Yi remembered something important. These oysters were not produced in cold waters. There were parasites in them. There were cold waters, but the probability was low. They could be eaten after a test. I know. Third brother is here. Li Qingqi saw a motorcade of 3 vehicles appear. It was a 4-wheeled vehicle with a steering shaft. Li Yi made one himself to be used as an ambulance. In the end, Li Longji found that it was better than a 2-wheeled one. It could still be stable without a horse. He asked someone to make a lot of them. He gave them to the 5th prince, the emperor, other nobles, the prime minister, and the minister. He allowed the rich to make it themselves. It was convenient to transport goods. Otherwise, the front of the 2-wheeled vehicle would bear the weight of the livestock. When unloading the livestock, the front of the shaft must be propped up with a pole. When moving, the livestock had to bear a forward force and a downward force at the same time. It was very tiring. The speed was not as fast as a 4-wheeled vehicle. In the past, there was a steering problem. With a steering shaft, there was no problem. Li Yi also saw it. He quickly took out another oyster to grill. Uncle, are the vegetables in your family good? Empress Wang got off the car. Her belly was bulging, but she was wearing loose clothes. If Li Yi did not pay attention, he would not be able to tell. It's okay. Sister-in-law, don't eat too many raw cucumbers. If you feel hot, you can eat sugar-coated haws, drink hot juice and green tea. Li Yi knew that he had to check, so he went straight to the point. Okay. Empress Wang was relieved. With the miracle doctor by her side, she did not have to worry about her health. Third brother, you probably don't know? Just now, Zhang village sent some to brother. Li Qingqi began to tell Li Longji what happened. Yes, uncle is a man of his word. Empress Wang said and reached out her hand. Li did not move. He was rubbed on his head. Li Longji also sighed with emotion. It's just a neighboring village, but it can be entrusted to the people of the neighboring village. Brother Yi, if you were an official, how would you treat the people with money? Li Yi used chopsticks to pick out some garlic from the oysters and handed one to Empress Wang. After thinking for a while, he said, the people's lives are hard, so they should strive for wealth. The people's lives are not easy, so they should not be greedy. If an underground official gives you money, what should you do? Li Longji asked about the bribery. Li Yi was a little embarrassed because he did bribe. However, the purpose of his bribe was not to extort money from the people, but to maintain a good relationship. The money he spent was earned by his own hard work. He was not an official. After mentally preparing himself, Li Yi said with a strong sense of righteousness, every strand of grain is my reputation and integrity. Every millimeter is the cream of the people. If I am generous, the people will receive more than a fraction. If I take a copper coin, I am not worth a copper coin. Who says that if it is not common to socialize, one's honor and shame will be hurt? If it is not ill-gotten wealth, where does this come from? When he said it, he praised the original author. It's really well written. I will copy it. Thank you. Chapter 156. Li Yi didn't think much of copying other people's works. Li Longji, who was listening, looked up at the sky and repeated softly, every strand of grain is my name and integrity. Every centimeter is the cream of the people. Every inch is bestowed upon the people. Li Qingqi sighed at the side. Empress Wang reached out and rubbed Li Yi's head. If uncle is an official, I will be relieved. Li Qingqi said, "That's right. Brother E is upright." Empress Wang shook her head. "No, what I mean is that the people's wealth is collected by the officials. It's not enough for uncle's daily needs." Li Qingqi. Ha ha ha, Li Longji laughed loudly. After laughing, he said, "The people's wealth is really good. It's a pity that many officials don't know about it." "Then tell them that I want to write one for Her Majesty. Why don't Big Brother and Third Brother think of a way to submit it?" Li Yi looked at his two elder brothers and decided to promote positive energy. "Oh, Brother E wants to copy again?" Li Qingqi asked. "Yes." Li nodded. "Uncle, quickly copy." Empress Wang continued to rub his hair. "Remembering my pure son, I eat the night clothes. Speaking of decrees, I raise you. The people are easy to abuse, but the heavens cannot bully you. You are paid, and the people are blessed. As the parents of the people, there is no one who is not benevolent. Take this as a warning. Let me think deeply." Li Yi copied out the decrees. It was said that Lao Zhu used this in the future. When he used it, he only said that he was paid and the people were blessed. The people are easy to abuse, but the heavens cannot bully you. Yes, Brother E. Yes, Your Majesty is good. The people are easy to abuse, but the heavens cannot bully you. Li Qingqi echoed again. Good, good, good. Li Longji clapped his hands and said good 3 times. He felt that what Li Qingqi said was what he was thinking. That's right, that's what I think. I'll take it out and use it later. Empress Wang finally raised her hand and looked at Li Yi, who was tying his hair again. He said, "Uncle doesn't have other skills, but when it comes to copying, you are unparalleled in the world. But Uncle, you used the word Zhen. Don't tell me you buried an emperor? Ha ha ha." Empress Wang covered her mouth and laughed. Li Yi hurriedly waved his hand. "Sister-in-law, you can't talk nonsense. What if it gets out?" Li Yi felt that it was better to be careful. Burying others was fine, but burying the emperor? What would the emperor think? Li Longji didn't think about anything else. He seemed to recall something and said, "Parents are officials." That's good. An official should be like a parent to the people. It's written in the Han Dynasty that those who summon the faithful are called Summon Father. Third Brother, you even know about this. Yeah, I'm impressed. Li Yi flattered with a smile. She really remembered this, unlike him, who checked the information on the spot. Which one? Li Qingqi didn't know. Li Yi said Big Brother is like this. He summons the faithful. His courtesy name is Wang Qing. The people of Shouchuan and Zhejiang are also the officials and the people's beloved faithful. His title is Summon Father. Li Yi said the original text. That was to summon the faithful to be an official. He was in charge of everything, no matter how big or small. The people liked him very much and called him Father. They called him Father Zhao, Father Zhao, Old Father Zhao, Old Zhao. Li Qingqi took a step to the side. He felt great pressure. How many books was this younger brother, Yi's head, filled with? They ate and chatted. Empress Wang was willing to listen to the situation in Zhuangzi. She wanted to know if there were any interesting new things. Li Longji mainly asked about the Zhang family's village. He asked the villagers what they ate, how much money they had, and whether they were tired of working. In his opinion, Zhuangzi was Li Yi's, and all the villagers had to listen to Dongzhu. As an official, he couldn't turn the people into his own villagers. Therefore, he could only know the way to be an official by inquiring about the daily life in the village. Third Brother, the current situation is that the people in the Zhang family's village are rich, but they lack other aspects of satisfaction. His Majesty's pear garden is a good idea. Li Yi told the truth. Li Longji's pear garden had enriched the spiritual needs of the people of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, there were very few good poems before the Kaiyuan era. After the Kaiyuan era, poets appeared one after another. However, the 2 of them were quite miserable. They had excellent literary talent, but were not practical. They wanted to be high-ranking officials right away. They both thought that they had the talent to be a prime minister. They were ambitious but had no practical advice. Li Longji was not stupid. Of course, he wouldn't give them real power to be high-ranking officials. After hearing Li Yi's words, Li Longji was happy. Younger brother, Yi also thinks highly of Pear Garden. Okay, but Li Yi thought for a while. In the end, he said, but the circle is too small. The Pear Garden has not achieved anything. Younger brother, Yi, what do you think? Li Qingqi asked anxiously. He was good at music. When he was free, he would go to Pear Garden to form a band with other people. Big brother, do you still remember what I said about the newspaper? Li Yi reminded him. Of course I remember. I even wanted to find a newspaper for you, but you didn't want it. Li Qingqi nodded. Newspapers are just words. They are not direct enough. Singing, dancing, and speaking can be used directly to the people. Using singing and dancing to spread the good of the Tang dynasty and the virtue of His Majesty, the people can support them. Li Yi talked about the importance of controlling public opinion. It was like the song that everyone sang at that time. East, Fong, Red, Sun, Rise, the similar songs and dances of that period were simply overwhelming. The effect was just right, just like what younger brother Yi taught the Winged Knights. Li Longji immediately connected the dots. The Winged Knights were at ease. Every day, the winged cavalry warriors would sing and speak and shout slogans. All of them were full of fighting spirit and couldn't wait to rush out and fight for His Majesty. Uncle, what do you think we should do? Empress Wang asked on behalf of Li Longji. Let them out and unite with the outside world to sing and dance for the people. There will be an ice lantern exhibition this winter. We can set up a stage. The songs must be nice and the dances must be simple. If the dance is too difficult, the people won't be able to learn it. There are also children's nursery rhymes and songs. They must be catchy and easy to understand. Li Yi said bit by bit and brought out the experience of the later generations. Then he said, in the future, the Tang dynasty will be spread throughout the land. The local people will know about His Majesty. Whoever wants to rebel will lose the support of the people. Li Longji's expression became serious when he said this. He was afraid that the local power would be unstable. Since the previous dynasty, the local power would be transferred down. He didn't dare to act rashly. In addition, the Wu family, Wei family, Princess Taiping, and other remaining forces, including Jiangsuans. Chang'an was easy to manage, but the local power was difficult. Therefore, he said, we should inform His Majesty like this. That's right. Li Yi said, so many literati and talented people from Chongwenguan wrote nursery rhymes. Li Yi said it very naturally, but he didn't know how many people he had cheated. It wasn't difficult to ask those people to write poems, but to write nursery rhymes, one must have the heart of a child. Li Longji noted it down and prepared to go back tomorrow to arrange it. There were many capable people in the palace. Since they had nothing to do, they could write a few for each of them. When the children in Chang and have learned enough, I will ask His Majesty to hold a nursery rhyme recitation competition. The children will compete together and give a ranking. However, the last group of children will also have to be rewarded. No one can be left behind. Li pushed forward with his thoughts. Loyalty to the emperor and love the country started from the children. Chapter 157. After eating a few more oysters, Li Yi asked the palace maids to help his sister-in-law to rest. Judging by the time they came, they would definitely stay for the night. Before dinner, Li Longji inspected the workshop. In the glass workshop, there were blowing glass, light bulbs, and big bubbles. After blowing the big bubbles, they were cut on a hot iron plate and pressed gently with a roller. A plate of glass appeared. They also blew into a mold to make a glass bottle. When it was taken out, another mold was placed at the mouth of the bottle and rotated. When it was taken out, there were more lines. Li Qingqi hid from the craftsman and watched from the side. He said, who would have thought that the priceless glass outside could be made so easily? Li Yi didn't want to talk to someone who didn't value technology. What did he mean by easy? Li Longji watched someone swing the blown glass around in a big groove on the ground in front of him. The glass gradually became longer as it was blown and swung. When the temperature dropped a little, the person who blew the glass held a hollow long rod and put the glass bubble into the furnace diagonally outside to heat it. Then it was placed on an iron plate. Someone cut it with a knife. First it was cut, flattened, and then cut it into small squares. This is a mirror. Li Longji recognized it. A small piece was a mirror. Only the empress had it in the palace. She could give it to whoever she wanted. It was as precious as it could be. Third brother is right. If we don't cut it now, it will be damaged too much when the big pieces are cold. Li Yi looked at the glass and clenched his fists. These were all ammunition for economic warfare. Soap and toilet water were used to attack first, then soap and perfume. After the mirror would be pushed up layer by layer. The pursuit of luxury goods by the human race was the beginning of class division. When using survival materials to exchange for luxury goods, the conflict would intensify. That was why taxes were levied on the rich to subsidize the poor. Taxes were to protect the rich. Can you make telescopes? Li Longji looked at the glass and suddenly asked about a key thing. Telescopes. Back then, Ed said that he would use his lifespan to exchange for them. There were only 10. Brother E kept 2, 1 for himself and 7 for the border army. If he used his lifespan to exchange for them, he naturally couldn't ask for more. But if he didn't need his lifespan, yes, but I can't do the finesse I showed you, Li Yi admitted. Brother E, hurry up. I will deliver it to His Majesty in your stead. Li Longji was getting better and better at role-playing. Calling him Your Majesty again and again didn't feel out of place at all. It sounded so natural. In a few days, there won't be any major battles at the border this year, so I'll make some myopia and presbyopia glasses of various degrees. Lens grinding requires a lot of technology. Li Yi did not mention the specific technology. He believed that Big Brother and Third Brother would not be willing to listen. Li Longji felt a lot more at ease. It was fine as long as there were no major battles. He left the glass workshop and moved to the manual stamping workshop. The man pulled the gourd, and a large piece of iron was pulled up. Below it was a large iron plate, and there was a groove on the iron plate. One by one, the iron pieces were placed on top of the lighter. With a clang, the big iron pieces fell down. The iron pieces became the iron box, the parts of the lighter's exterior. The iron block was pulled up again, the iron box was taken out, and the iron plate was placed back in. These iron boxes were sent to the next location and assembled with the boxes above and other parts. The inner core was put in and painted. The last step was to pour in some alcohol, take it far away, and try to ignite it. Fire sickle? Li Qingqi was surprised. After Gao Lisher and the others left, he and Li Longji came over. The lighter was not given to them yet. Therefore, Li Longji was curious. Was it so easy to ignite a fire? His fingers slipped, and a flame came out and kept burning. Lighter use alcohol. Big Brother and Third Brother brought some when they left. When the alcohol in the lighter is gone, come to me to refill it, Li Yi said. How much does it cost for others to refill it? Li Qingqi thought of glycerin. The glass bottle of glycerin was given for free. Once the glycerin was used, it could not be stopped. Fire sickles are enough for ordinary people. Li Yi talked about another matter. As expected, the price is not cheap. Can ordinary spirits be ignited? Li Qingqi was worried that the alcohol would not sell well. Absolutely not. The 50% alcohol we drank won't work either. Unless you use another lighter to light it, Li Yi said with a smile. Good stuff. I will give it away for you. Li Qingqi patted his chest and promised. In the past, when he saw Li Yi giving things away, he would feel sorry for him. Now that he did not, the more he gave away, the more Brother Yi would earn. Li Longji thought of something else. Brother Yi, you use grains to make wine. Third brother, are you saying that there is no imperial court? Li Yi asked about the license. No, you can make wine if you want. I just want to know how much grain you use. Li Longji said, I use grains that are fed to livestock to make wine. Then I add wheat straw and distilled it. The final distiller's grains can be fed to livestock. As long as the fermentation process can keep up, other things can be used to make wine. Li Yi explained the situation. Nowadays, some people still eat distiller's grains in remote places. It was better to eat a little than to go hungry. When making other dishes, he added distiller's grains, kneaded the dough, grabbed 2 handfuls of distiller's grains, and threw them into pancakes and steamed buns. The rest of the grains were also fed to livestock. It was impossible to throw them into the field as fertilizer. Can this method be spread out? Li Longji was concerned about the matter of making wine. It can't be spread out. This wine is not good for people's health. It can only be used to fill lighters. I don't even dare to use it to treat patients. It needs to be purified again and again. After that, I will check if there are any other problems before it can be blended to 75%. Li Yi refused. He dared to guarantee that if the method was spread out, there would be people who would make wine and sell it to people. The wine had not been distilled and was filtered through cloth. Many things could not be filtered out. Then forget it. Li Longji did not insist. He thought that if he used other things to make wine, he would limit the use of good grains to make wine and save on food. After leaving, they entered the floral water workshop. There were all kinds of distillation equipment. Even though the weather was cold, they had to open the doors to allow for ventilation. At the same time, they forbade anything with fire from entering. They were worried that the alcohol in the air would be too strong and would explode. Here, the smell was not good. They felt a little dizzy. After looking around, they stopped and rushed to the cafeteria. It was already time to eat. Empress Wang washed her hands and waited. There were many fish in the cafeteria today. They were fished out from the Bar River. Some of them were made into dried fish, and some were directly turned into delicacies. Some were fried with breadcrumbs after all the bones were removed. Some were made into fish balls by smashing them into mud with a stick. As for steaming and braising, they did not have any technical content. It's just that it's comfortable to eat in Uncle's room. Empress Wang and the other 2 came back and said to Li Yi with a smile. When she said, comfortable, she meant that she felt relieved. Sister-in-law is right. Food is the most important thing for people. Food is the most important thing. Li Yi added, I ordered the biggest dish today, fish head stewed with tofu. Empress Wang made the decision and chose the main dish. What was on the table was what she wanted to eat. Chapter 158. A large casserole pot was placed on top of the alcohol stove. The pot was bubbling and emitting a fragrant aroma. The other dishes were fried fish fillet, braised fish bladder, stir-fried pork tenderloin with garlic, dried pot pigtail, roasted mongoose head mushroom with chicken drumstick, and scrambled eggs with fungus and cucumber. Including the fish head, there were 8 dishes. There was also a plate of watermelon and cantaloupe on the side. The remaining watermelon rind was mixed into a cold dish with shredded carrots and starch jelly on the side. Big brother, after spring, your Zhuangzi and my Zhuangzi will plant watermelons together. I want to make watermelon cream. It's recorded in the Compendium of Materia Medica. The watermelon cream made from watermelon and mirabolite is used to treat mouth ulcers and sore throats. The medicine I sprayed on my father-in-law's upper jaw the other day was used. Li Yi picked up a small piece of watermelon and ate it first as he spoke to Li Qingqi. Tao Hong, who was beside him, also said softly, Dongzhu and the imperial plantation have already discussed it. The imperial plantation is also planting a lot of watermelons. Wang Xing is always afraid that he will be replaced. She spoke up for Wang Xing. If someone else came over, they might not cooperate well. What if they caused trouble? Wouldn't they be killed? Wang Xing is not bad. Li Longji said, The palace maids and eunuchs understood that Wang Xing would be the one to come over in the future. Empress Wang narrowed her eyes and smiled. Yes, Wang Xing. I'm not familiar with him, but he looks good. Uncle, why are the tofu in the pot different? She almost said something wrong again, so she quickly changed the topic. Li Yi was also not sure. He looked down and saw that the tofu was indeed tofu. However, one was whiter and more tender, while the other was slightly yellow and looked firm. The tender one is the marinated tofu, and the firm one is the gypsum tofu. They were made last night, and now it's old tofu. The people in the kitchen are getting more and more creative. Very good. Li Yi knew that the coagulant was different from the one he saw. Brother Yi, which one do you think is better? Li Qingqi was willing to listen to Li Yi talk about ingredients during mealtime. He felt that he liked to eat more. If the tofu is made at the same time, the marinated tofu is less tender, and the gypsum tofu is more tender. Selling the gypsum tofu is more profitable. Li Yi introduced. Back then, the tofu sellers all called it marinated tofu, which meant that the cost was high. If you put the same amount of water into the beans, how can there be less brine? Li Qingqi didn't believe it. If you add the same amount of water, the gypsum will come out, but not the brine. The brine needs to be thicker. Even if you add more brine, the water will run out when you press the tofu. Li Yi did not talk about the specific reaction of the coagulant, only the appearance. Then let's all use plaster. Empress Wang felt that it was enough to make more money. Sister-in-law, if you compare gypsum tofu with brine, people won't be willing to buy it. They won't be able to sell it. They will slowly dehydrate it and sell it as old tofu. Therefore, those who know how to buy will buy old tofu. Sometimes tofu sellers will continue to press old tofu into dried tofu. After smoking it, it will become smoked dried tofu. After drying it with salt, it will become salted dried tofu. Li Yi was very familiar with tofu. When he practiced his martial arts, he used a thread to sew on tofu. He had sewed all kinds of things before. He also practiced on peeled grapes. Every stitch and thread was light as if it was heavy. Only after that could he sew something heavy as if it was light. Only those who had just entered the school would buy a piece of pork with the skin to practice. After practicing, they could cook it. When everyone talked about practicing martial arts and going to the market to buy things, those who bought pork could not raise their heads, no matter how expensive the pork was. At that moment, they suffered a blow. In the past, they often ate pork. Their skills were not good, and they had to spend more money on training. How could tofu and pork have the same price? Just thinking about it made them cry. The people at the table did not know how traumatized Li Yi was when he talked about tofu. They began to taste the two kinds of tofu. The farmers in other places ate watermelon, but did not eat the seeds. They spat the seeds out on the plate. Dongzhu said that it was useless to eat it. It was better to spit it out and use it as medicinal herbs. The watermelon rind could not be seen at all. The big box was filled with watermelon pulp. The rind was chopped and mixed with Glauber salt to make watermelon frost. He made a lot of it in the autumn and kept them in the pharmacy. Brother Yi, are you going to sell your watermelons and cantaloupes? Li Qingqi asked. He also had a lot of zhuangzi. If there are too many, I will sell them if I can't finish them. I will try to sell as many cantaloupes as possible, but I don't have wormwood to add fragrance to the cantaloupes. Li Yi mentioned wormwood. Places that sold cantaloupes all had wormwood. One was to add fragrance, and the other was to repel mosquitoes and flies. If one wanted to preserve the water content of the cantaloupes, they would water the wormwood with the stalk facing down. The cantaloupes could absorb some water and would not reduce the flavor. Of course, if the cantaloupes were watered, they would not be able to be sold on the same day. Usually, there would be dew overnight. This way, the cantaloupes could be preserved. This was the reason why the cantaloupes bought in the supermarket did not taste as good as the cantaloupes sold in the roadside carts. The wisdom of the working people could be preserved without soaking it in fresh-keeping water. Don't you have it in the pharmacy? Li Qingqi was as wise and smart as the working people. Li Yi looked at this big brother with that kind of gaze. After looking at Li Yi for a while, Li Qingqi felt uncomfortable. You want me to use the preserved wormwood from the Dragon Boat Festival to make cantaloupes? Then what do you use for moxibustion? I have to make moxibustion strips. Some cantaloupes need to be boiled and applied externally or taken orally. Li Qingqi straightened his neck. I don't believe that you can't cure the disease without the moxibustion strips. Big brother is wise. I am convinced. Li Yi put down his chopsticks and cupped his hands. See, I told you. Li Qingqi was as proud as a general who had won a battle. Empress Wang glanced at this brother-in-law of hers. Sure enough, he was not down to earth, although she had learned a lot from her uncle since spring. Li Longji did not laugh at his big brother because he also did not understand. He asked, Brother Yi, is wormwood best on the Dragon Boat Festival? It does not mean that day. It can be eaten on the days before and after that. It can be planted, but there are many wild ones, so there is no need to occupy a lot of land. Li Yi gave a time. The ancient people already knew that wormwood was the most valuable during the Dragon Boat Festival. As for how the ancient people knew, he also did not know. Uncle, what about after the Dragon Boat Festival? Empress Wang was willing to participate in the inquiry. After that, wormwood is not suitable for medicinal purposes, but it can be used to repel mosquitoes. Twist wormwood into a rope and hang it in the house. Then light it and blow out the fire. The rope will burn slowly and the smoke will fill the house, but it will not choke and mosquitoes will not bite. If wormwood is broken into pieces and pressed into mosquito coils, the effect will be better. I will do it next year. There is so much labor, we can't be idle. Li Yi looked at Tao Hong as he spoke. Tao Hong nodded. I will remember it. Even if we change shifts, I will pass it to the next Tao Hong. Tao Hong was the second batch of Tao Hong to change shifts. She always felt that the first batch of four had a hint of resentment whenever they changed shifts. Later, she found out the reason. When Gao Lisher wanted the four of them to stay, the four of them refused. Dongzhu directly said to change shifts and did not make things difficult for them. Now that the four shifts were not in Zhuangzi, they began to look forward to the stars and the moon. They were very happy to be able to change shifts. How could the palace be compared to Zhuangzi? They could eat well, sleep well, and play happily. Li Longji was willing to see the palace maids and eunuchs' happy faces. He took a bite of the fish head meat and asked, Brother Yi, what does brown rock mean? It means a rock. Li Yi said, A peacock flies southeast for a distance of 5 miles. The monarch is a rock, a concubine is a reed. The reed is sewn like silk, and the rock is immovable. Li Longji, Li Qingqi, and Empress Wang said together, What about the pine trees? Li Longji asked again. The heavy snow presses the pine trees, but the pine trees are tall and straight. You must know that the pine trees are noble and pure. When the snow melts, they will rise. Li Yi said casually, Green willows. Li Qingqi said, 2 orioles sing in the green willows, a group of egrets in the blue sky. The window contains the autumn snow of Xiling, and the door moors the ships of Dongwu. Li Yi did not even need to think about this. Without waiting for others to ask, he said himself, Last year at this door, the faces of people and peach blossoms reflected each other's red. The faces of people disappeared, but the peach blossoms still smiled in the spring breeze. Chapter 159. Uncle, you're not allowed to copy this in the future. You're making people cry. Empress Wang's eyes turned red after hearing that the peach blossoms were still smiling. Listen to sister-in-law. Li Yi agreed. If you didn't want to copy, then so be it. Tao Hong muttered. The human face is gone, but the peach blossoms are still smiling. That's right, it's a shift. It's a pity that the people in the previous shift are so lucky. They didn't have the luck to sew the reed like silk, and the boulder is immovable. How can we, Dongzhu, force people based on their mood? It's just like the poem in my name. Qing Song said, That's right. Dongzhu's heart cherishes the world, 1,000 autumn snow, 1,000 miles boat. Chui Lu quickly added herself. Li Yi saw that he was going to overinterpret the poem and quickly said, The peacock flies southeast. Why does it fly southeast? Why? Empress Wang was the most curious. That's right. Why does the peacock fly southeast? Because there are tall buildings in the northwest, as high as the floating clouds. Li Yi only said 2 sentences. Wonderful, really wonderful. What a good! There are tall buildings in the northwest, willing to be a pair of swans, spreading their wings and flying high. Li Longji immediately clapped his hands and praised. The 2 poems were actually connected in a logical way, regardless of the meaning of the words or the emotions. How could it be used as the front and back? Li Qingqi also knew this poem and said, Go 3 steps, 1 flick, 3 sighs. It can be said that the plum blossoms play 3 times the plum blossoms play 3 times a storm. Deep in the clouds and mist the water is boundless. Empress Wang snorted as his voice fell. Ask, what is love in the world that teaches people to live and die together? The 2 palace maids naturally cooperated. Look how many stories in the world are the most ecstatic. Plum blossoms play 3 times. The surroundings were quiet. The villagers looked on enviously. These were the people Dongzhu came into contact with. When they chatted with them, they couldn't even keep up with the rhythm. The villagers quickly adjusted their emotions. In fact, they didn't have much emotion. They were villagers. They ate well, lived well, and had education. They could even go to night school. They were content. Yao Chong, who stood at the door and listened for a while, couldn't let it go. He was conflicted. He had something to ask, so he came over. He first saw the carriage, and then he heard a few people talking at the door. He heard Li Yi's quoting of classics, and his words were eloquent. If it were any other scholar here, he might not be so arrogant. In the end, Li Yi was still as light as a feather. Composing a poem was like drinking water. He swallowed it to quench his thirst and did not care anymore. He didn't say that he was going to write it down, let alone post it on the internet. What made him think that poetry was so worthless? Poems can be used as currency, okay? Old man, it's already so late, you can't go back, right? Li Yi noticed Yao Chong and greeted him. He stood up and walked over hesitantly. Elder, let's sit together, Li Qingqi said. Li Yi didn't hesitate anymore. He helped Yao Chong back and said, Sir, we've already eaten. It's a waste to remove the banquet and serve again. Why don't we add another pair of chopsticks? Li Yi explained awkwardly. There were new guests. According to the rules, they had to remove the banquet and serve again, but this was the canteen. It's okay, as long as there's something to eat. Yao Chong saw Empress Wang chewing and knew that it was her favorite food. How could he remove it? Okay, I'll add 2 more dishes. Li Yi didn't move. Tao Hong rushed out. She knew what Yao Chong, the prime minister, liked to eat. She had already asked around. She brought back a fried cabbage with sausages and a fried pig's heart with scallions. Yao Chong smiled gently at Tao Hong. He liked to eat. Elder, it's already so late. Why are you still here? Li Longji's eyes had a trace of seriousness. He knew that if Yao Chong hadn't encountered a special situation, he wouldn't have come to Brother Yi's place to ask for advice. Yao Chong wanted to serve wine, but Li Yi used a spoon to ladle a bowl of fish head tofu soup. Elder, drink some soup first to warm your stomach. Yao Chong put down the wine cup and took the bowl of soup. He was obedient. The person opposite him was a genius doctor. After drinking the soup in 2 mouthfuls, his whole body felt comfortable. AI. Yao Chong sighed. This old man's family has a little bit of money and raised a few dozen horses. But this morning, I don't know why, but one of them couldn't walk steadily. They were swaying and some were even foaming at the mouth. What should I do?" Yao Chong said with a bitter face. Li Longji almost jumped up. "Something happened to the horses in the horse park? Brother Yi, do you know?" Li Longji was anxious. Those horses were prepared to increase the number of winged knights. They were all good horses. Li didn't know. If he knew that the horses were prepared by Li Longji for the winged knights, he would immediately throw down his chopsticks and rush over to see the situation. Hearing that the horses were from the old man's family, he thought for a while and asked, "Is it because their tempers are especially bad? Can't you pull them back?" Then the horses don't know what they want to do and just keep going around in circles. Moreover, they are panting heavily as if they are drunk. Like they are drunk, lying on their sides and kicking their legs? Yes, that's it. Yao Chong stood up and stared at Li Yi. "Li Dongzhu, what do you want this old man to do? How many people will die?" "This? Elder, are you not good to the horse grooms? Someone poisoned them with drunken horse grass." Li Yi was still calm. It wasn't like the people were sick. What did the horse's life have to do with him? "This old man doesn't know. I will look into it later. Can it be saved? You are a godly doctor." Yao Chong looked expectantly at Li Yi. "But I am not a veterinarian. About that, there should be vinegar, right? Force it. The horses might not be willing to be forced. Pepper. Soak it in vinegar and feed it to the horses. How long can they live? Elder, where are you going?" Li Yi hadn't even finished speaking when Yao Chong turned and ran. His running posture was frightening, and he suddenly fell. After about a quarter of an hour, Yao Chong came back, wiping his sweat. "I have made the arrangements. This old man will investigate this matter thoroughly. If vinegar doesn't work, what should we do?" Yao Chong asked Li Yi anxiously. "Salvia. Feed it to the horses. It has a time limit, but the horse has to be willing to eat it. Mix it with raw eggs. Horses love to eat it," Li Yi said. Yao Chong turned and ran off again. After some time he came back. "Li Dongzhu, this old man wants to ask you this. If a person shows such symptoms, can you save them?" "Of course. Do you still need to ask?" "I have a cardiac stimulant. With such symptoms, it would be very difficult to die in front of me," Li Yi said confidently. "Then what about your cardiac stimulant?" "Don't even think about it. I am trying to save people. The lives of 10,000 horses cannot be compared to a single human life in front of me." Li Yi rejected. "You want me to use a cardiac stimulant on horses? Are you kidding me? This is using my lifespan in exchange." "Elder, don't force me." Li Longji spoke out. He had already given 2 solutions. What else did he want? It was only because Brother Yi was around that you could run over and ask. What if there wasn't? Who could you ask? Yao Chong understood. He rubbed his hands and asked. "Li Dongzhu prescribed medicine. How much does it cost?" "It's free. Elder, sit down and eat. If it is really drunken horse grass, it can be saved. Don't think too much. If the horse is gone, we can raise another one." Li Yi stood up and helped Yao Chong to sit down. His hand naturally rested on Yao Chong's wrist, and his other hand supported his forearm. Yao Chong lowered his head and looked at Li Yi. His expression was complicated. "Li Dongzhu, there is only hope when a person is alive. Eat a piece of watermelon. Slowly chew and swallow. It is cool and can quench your thirst." Li Yi pressed Yao Chong to the seat and used a toothpick in the fruit bowl to feed Yao Chong a piece of watermelon. His other hand rested on Yao Chong's neck. Yao Chong ate the watermelon and felt much more comfortable. He turned his head and looked at Li Yi. He slowly said, "Li Dongzhu's medical ethics are great." Chapter 160. From Li Yi's actions, Yao Chong knew that Li Yi was worried that something would happen to his horses. Therefore, he took his pulse and felt his neck for a heartbeat. Yao Chong knew that even if his family suddenly met with a disaster and collapsed at this moment, Li Yi would be able to save him. In terms of medical skills, there was no need to say much. He could easily cure a fatal intestinal blockage. Didn't you see how relaxed Empress Wang was? She was afraid of anything. She was pregnant. Don't think that I don't know. When you stopped me from appointing a crown prince, I found out about it. Perhaps it was only by Li Yi's side that he was not worried. He was a godly doctor with heaven-defying medical skills. However, not all doctors had medical ethics. Now that he was being taken care of, he felt that it was quite good. Don't think too much. The problem was discovered in the morning. It hasn't even been 12 hours. Unless you eat too much drunken horsegrass, you can last for a day or two. Li Yi continued to comfort him. However, he loosened his hand and his pulse began to calm down. This meant that the old man's mood was not fluctuating too much. His heart was beating fast just now because he was running. Li Yi sat back down and drank a bowl of soup. He did not plan to eat too much tonight. With owner Li's words, this old man's heart is mostly at ease. I heard that owner Li is looking for an official position in the capital's government. I am quite familiar with him. My uncle doesn't want it again. Empress Wang interrupted Yao Chang's words and puffed her cheeks. Yes, he doesn't want it. Li Longji agreed. He realized that there were too many things in Zhuangzi. Brother, he was trying his best to straighten them out. He was too busy. Li Yi picked up a braised fish bladder and placed it on Yao Chang's plate. You can stay here tonight. If you feel unwell, you can ask the temporary nurse. Li Dongzhu, you want to arrange for me to stay in the inpatient building? Yao Chong reacted. There's no one to take care of other places at all times. Li thought so as well. If something happened, at least someone would know and call him. No, I'm not sick. I won't go. Yao Chong refused. Who would want to stay in the hospital? Li Qingqi picked up a piece of fish head meat for Yao Chong. Old man, you are so unreasonable. My brother Yi is worried about you, but you don't listen to him. Yao Chong glared at Li Qingqi. King Song, this prime minister will remember you. Can't I stay in the courtyard that I used to live in? It's still heated. In the end, it was Li Longji who could not stand it anymore. Brother Yi, please take a look at this old man again. He is probably worried that he will get sick after entering that building. That's impossible. If there's no infectious disease, how could I not know? The inpatient building is the closest to my courtyard. I'll sleep in my clothes tonight. Li Yi made his decision. He was most afraid that someone would die of illness in Zhuangzi. It was just sleeping in his clothes. When he was a resident doctor, it was a common practice. I'll stay there. Yao Chong did not want to waste his breath. It did not matter where he stayed. Li Yi thought for a while and said to Yao Chong, Old man, the horse breeders should know about the common drunken horse grass. Is that so? Yao Chong asked. At least I know, but at this time, Li Yi remembered. In the Tang dynasty, people in the Tang dynasty could be cursed when they fell sick. It was obviously unrealistic to expect the horse to know the situation by eating something. If you want to check the chopped grass, bring it to me. Let me take a look. I'll try not to make any inferences, although it's very suspicious that dozens of horses are sick at the same time. Li Yi still tried to comfort him, because he was sure that someone had deliberately poisoned him. The key was that no one would be able to tell if the grass was mixed in the chopped grass. Not to mention the current Tang dynasty, if it was in his own world. Would anyone be able to tell that the grass in the chopped grass was drunken horse grass? The difference was that once he found something wrong with the horse, he would immediately check it and find out what was wrong with it. Then he would treat it. With the medical technology at that time, it was not easy for a horse to die even if it wanted to. This tofu seems different. The horse did not belong to Yao Chong. He ran over to ask, and Li Yi told him the method and said that it was fine. So he was not worried anymore. Why did tofu have two different textures? Old man, let me tell you. This is marinated tofu. Li Qingqi applied what he had just learned and explained to Yao Chong what soy products were all about. Hearing this, Yao Chong was stunned. Li Qingqi was satisfied and in a good mood. He used his knowledge to crush Yao Chong. Yao Chong was not stupid. He could feel the deep malice from King Song. Bad. King Song, you weren't like this in the past. Ever since you stayed with Li Yi for a long time, Yao Chong thought. Then, he looked at Li Yi and felt short of breath. Li Yi had an innocent look on his face, especially his eyes. He did not look like a bad person. Uncle, what are you thinking about? I look at your eyes as though I'm looking at stars. Empress Wang asked as she picked a monkey head mushroom and would ear to eat. Seeing Li Yi standing there motionlessly, she stared at him with a deep gaze. Oh, sister-in-law, I'm wondering if I should use drunken horsegrass to attack the tubo and Turkic kaganate. I can move some harmful grass seeds over to them, or I can use crops to breed insects. It will target yaks, sheep, and the basic survival of humans. It will be effective, but it will kill too many people. As Li Yi spoke, he frowned. If drunken horse grass targeted horses, then other things would be the same as well. However, he could not make up his mind. Li Longji looked at Li Yi and asked, Brother, do you want to kill too many people? Yes, killing people is not the goal. The goal is to turn the enemy into one's own people. With so many deaths, it will be difficult to manage them in the future. Li Yi always believed that people should have a bottom line. Otherwise, they would go further and further. Furthermore, the people of Tubo and Turkic kaganate to the local environment. If people from other places wanted to migrate there, they would first have to deal with altitude sickness. The Silk Road sounded beautiful, but in reality it was a road paved with corpses. Driven by money, countless people stayed on the road. Brother Yi, are you afraid of being punished by the heavens? Just like how Zhou, you didn't live for long after burning Red Cliff? Li Longji asked. The official history said that Zhou Yu burned Red Cliff, but not long after, Zhou Yu died. Some people thought that he killed too many people. It was similar to Zhuge Liang in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. No, I just feel that there is a better way to solve the problem. Using plants and insects that restrain each other is a type of biological warfare, harming others and oneself. Drawing the bow is strong, using the arrow is long. Shoot the horse before shooting the man. Capture the leader before capturing the bandits. There is a limit to killing people. Countries have their own borders. If a coward can control an invasion, how can he kill more? Li Yi casually copied a poem and said it naturally. Good poem! This should be the way to go on the battlefield. Yao Chong was the first to shout out. Li Yi glanced at him. On the battlefield, the main thing is to kill the enemy's strength. Only then can we divide and encircle and destroy the enemy's will to fight. Yao Chong was refuted. Just as he was about to refute, he suddenly remembered that the winged knights were trained by this person. He understood war, and not from the general direction of whether to fight or not. He was the kind of person who personally led the troops to fight. Li Dongzhu, are you saying that someone wants to harm me? So they used the drunken horse grass? Yao Chong asked. He looked at Li Longji. What kind of person wanted to fight with His Majesty? They knew that the winged knights needed good horses, but they still secretly played dirty. Li Longji didn't say anything, but his eyes narrowed. He glanced at Li Yi, and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 161. Maybe someone put it in by accident. Li Yi didn't feel the need to help others solve the case. Li Longji didn't need to think at all to know that someone must have done something bad. Let's wait and see who committed suicide or was killed by someone. Brother Yi, the poem you just copied is not bad. Li Longji didn't want the happy atmosphere to be affected. Horses can be found again. As long as Li Yi is here, it will be much safer. It's not bad. Yao Chong said. Li Yi secretly curled his lips. The person who wrote this poem had written a lot of frontier poems. But during the most critical time of the Lushan Rebellion, he resigned and ran away. At that time, he was a military officer, such as the Minister of Organization, the Director of Education, and the Director of Cultural Affairs. He felt that something was corrupt, so he threw away the official position that could pacify the people. During the Lushan Rebellion, Zhang Sen was a civil official who had passed the imperial examination. In Suiyang, he led more than 7,000 soldiers to face nearly 200,000 rebels and fought a battle that was passed down through the ages, the Battle of Suiyang. In the end, he was captured and killed, but he bought enough time for the Tang dynasty to mobilize troops. I won't copy your poem next time. It makes me angry when I think about it. Li Yi secretly criticized Du Fu, who was only 3 years old this year. If you want to copy from Li Bai. Li Bai is 14 years old this year, right? Li Yi thought and suddenly laughed. Brother Yi, why are you laughing? Li Qingqi was reciting the poem just now. Hearing the laughter, he asked. Li Yi naturally couldn't tell him about Du Fu and Li Bai. One of them was still young, and the other was looking for ways to become famous at home. So he said, I thought of a way that will benefit the people. Benefit the people again? Li Longji was interested. Soya bean curls, Li Yi said. What is it? Yao Chong asked. Medicine, Li Yi answered, but it's also a dish. There's some in the cafeteria, but I forgot to pass it out. Li Yi said as he got up to pick up some bean sprouts and stir-fried, shredded tofu. When he came back, he said, Bean sprouts, it just so happens that there's coal burning in Chang'an now. It's warm in the house. Let's make bean sprouts together. Cooking. Empress Wang had eaten bean sprouts before, but she didn't know how they were grown. Many soybeans are used for oil extraction. Using mung beans and adzuki beans, a very small bean can grow such a long bean sprout. Isn't it very cost-effective? Li Yi explained it in the most simple way. Look, the sprouts of 100 or so beans could fill a plate. Yes. Li Qingqi often came here to eat, so he knew it was bean sprouts. The texture was not bad. If you can't eat vegetables in winter, it's easy to get sick. Bean sprouts can be used to supplement some of the body's needs. Li said, Is it really good to use? Yao Chong only knew how to eat. He had never grown bean sprouts in his family before. Moreover, he used black soybeans as medicine. Every family can make it. If you eat it to supplement your vitamins, you won't get a bad mouth easily. Li Yi wiped his sweat and said, He suddenly thought of the matter of bean sprouts. Beans were eaten as staple food, while mung beans could be made into starch jelly. Uncle, write down the prescription and see if it's difficult. Empress Wang decided. Li Yi laughed. The matter of Li Bai was over. That night, Yao Chong was arranged to stay in the inpatient building. In the middle of the night, someone came in from outside to look for Li Longji. He handed a piece of paper to Li Longji and left. Li Longji lit up the methane lamp in the house with a lighter and looked at it. He shook his head and said he ran away. Humph! It's impolite not to reciprocate. I have to speed up my smuggling. On the paper, it was recorded that the Tubo spies had planted drunken horsegrass. The Tubo people were good at raising horses, and the Turks were good at raising horses. Therefore, there were many rich people in Chang, and if they wanted to raise horses, they would look for the Tubo and Turks who had lived in Chang and for a long time. If the horses were taken care of in the stable, there would naturally be Tubo people who trusted them. The news of the 3,000 winged knights had spread. It was said that they were very powerful. Therefore, Your Majesty, are you going to search the whole city for the Tubo people? Empress Wang woke up and went forward to read the content. No. Li Longji thought for a while and shook his head. Some Tubo and Turks in Chang, and already thought of themselves as people of the Tang dynasty. If it was because of a few spies and a whole city search, it would naturally disturb people's hearts. Empress Wang pointed to the following content and said, Yu Huaid wants to cooperate with other businessmen who come to Tubo to exchange soap and toilet water from Uncle. Yes, if it works, the profit will be huge. Business tax, business tax. Li Longji knew the profits of smuggling. Using tea leaves was already good enough. If it was soap and toilet water, the Tubo people would definitely rush to get it. Should we stop it? Empress Wang was also distressed about the money. Her family had to use the government to smuggle, and so did the people. They were competing for profits. I'll ask Brother E tomorrow morning. Li Longji was hesitant and naturally threw the question to Li Yi. If he couldn't solve the internal affairs, he would ask Li Yi. If he wanted to solve the external affairs, he would also ask Li Yi. Since it didn't cost him money, it would be a waste not to ask. So the next morning, when Empress Wang was drinking milk, eating cake and fried eggs with sugar, Li Longji asked Li Yi, who was eating shumai and mutton soup, Brother E and Yu Huai are doing business at the Tubo border? Yes, the imperial court hasn't made any moves. Since shopkeeper Yu is familiar with the area, I'll split the money with them. Li Yi didn't hide anything. What's there to be afraid of smuggling? I've already told my eldest brother and third brother. But there's a lot of money that the imperial court can't get their hands on. The business tax is very troublesome. The profits involved are too big. Li Longji expressed his intention. Smuggling was wrong, and it made so much money. How could His Majesty be comfortable? Third brother, you're talking about this? That's easy. If His Majesty wants money, he can send the winged knights to protect him. A team of 100 to 200 people. They will take turns to go out. If there are bandits on the road, they will deal with them. The caravan will pay half of the profits as protection fee. When the time comes, I will split the remaining half with the caravan. I don't think it's too little. I believe the merchants will happily agree. Li Yi casually came up with a solution. During the Age of Discovery, the European countries all had privateering permits. After paying a portion of the money, they were allowed to go out and rob other country ships. The navies of the countries also followed suit. The Spanish Invincible Fleet was destroyed by a large group of British pirates. I heard that along the way, they will give some money to other people. If His Majesty gives the order, we can save more money. Li Longji knew how greedy the officials below him were. He wanted to cut off the officials' income. Li Yi waved his hand. No, the journey is long. They don't dare to go against the imperial court openly. If they do something in the dark, it will spoil our plans. Li Yi knew how to bribe people the best. How could he not give them money? Just because he knew the people above him, he dared not to give money to the people below him. Just wait, there will be endless trouble. But it's possible. The officials will order the local governments to not embezzle the money of the merchants. Then the caravan will return what they have. If His Majesty wants to punish people one day, he will naturally have an excuse. A lot of money can be confiscated. At the same time, with the order, the officials will benefit and will definitely take care of the caravan. Li Yi continued. He was very calm, as if he was talking about an ordinary matter. Yao Chong, who came to eat with them, stopped biting on the bun. When he looked at Li Yi, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. This young man, when he talked about the plan to cut off the family, did he not have the slightest bit of fear? Chapter 162. Yao Chong really wanted to ask Li Yi, does your conscience not hurt? Where did your kindness, your innocence, and your tenderness go? Ha ha ha. Li Qingqi, who was also drinking mutton soup, laughed out loud. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. If Brother E didn't have the ability, it would be worrying. He was afraid that one day he would be eaten up by others. Li Longji nodded. That's good. I'll think of a way to send a message to Her Majesty. Then, old man you, I'll also join in. Yao Chong expressed his stance and pretended to show Li Yi. Li Yi didn't care. Go ahead and spread the news. Whoever spread the news will die. You just had to join in. Moreover, it seems like you have some contact with my eldest brother and third brother. Otherwise, why would my eldest brother always be at odds with you? Do you think I'm blind? After the big event, Li Longji and Empress Wang's half-day vacation was very comfortable. After checking on the children, they left with their things. Li Yi sent them off and went to teach the 42 students. Previously, he talked about algebra. Now he had to add physics and chemistry, which were all middle school content. He had already prepared some teaching materials for the students to experiment with. The 42 students no longer felt that Dongju's content was simple. One was mathematics and the other was calculation. When he found a new door, he knocked his head against the door frame, causing his head to bruise. They had to do dozens of difficult questions every day. The next day, when they learned new content, the questions would still become more difficult. However, they now obeyed Li Yi's words. Brother Li was simply a peerless scholar. Was this something that humans should learn? If they learned this and went to take the mathematics exam, would they be able to pull down the examiner? You're not worthy of being an examiner. Come, let's compete. The 220 new students looked at them enviously. They were not qualified to learn from them. They knew that after the 42 seniors finished learning, the seniors would teach them. Ziwu, are you going to learn how to ride a horse or practice archery? The student who was cleaning up the cowshed asked the person next to him. Of course it's the bow and arrow. The horse is bathing. After bathing, the horse is willing to rest for a while. It won't be happy if you ride it. Ziwu explained the situation at the stable. In addition to working, the students who came later had to learn to ride a horse, shoot an arrow, wield a shield, wield a sword, and wield a spear. Zhuangzi's guards taught him survival skills on the battlefield. Other than that, he also had to recognize all kinds of seeds. Then he would help make tofu, peel the dried tofu, pick the tofu, feed the livestock and poultry, and check if the eggs were fertilized under the sun. In addition, he learned how to twist hemp rope, weave gunny sacks, and make bamboo baskets and earthen baskets for youtiao sticks. He only needed to learn these and did not need to weave many of them. He had to wash his own clothes, underwear, and socks every day. The rest of the time was spent on studying and taking turns to go to the Zhang family's village to teach the children. If it weren't for the warm house, meat dishes for every meal, pens, ink, paper, bright methane lamps, and other free things, they wouldn't have agreed. Other people didn't have to work when they lived in the temple. They ate 2 meals a day and discussed knowledge with the monks. It's done. Let's take a break and practice archery. I wonder if there are any new dishes at noon today. The student who cleaned the cowshed looked at the clean cowshed and said with a sense of accomplishment. Ziwu swallowed his saliva and said, Yes, there are new dishes every day. We can even eat vegetables in the greenhouse. The people in the temple will regret it. But we learn too many things every day. They even came to check our own house. We can't mess it up. They say that it's not good to march to war. Why should I march to war? The student who spoke just now complained. He didn't want to clean his own house. There were 4 people in a house, and they shared a methane lamp at night. The 42 students each had a house and were treated differently. Ziwu laughed and said, Xan He, do you think it's useless to learn these things? Li Dongzhu knows more than us. He's in charge of the big Zhuangzi. Can you do it? The person who was called Xan, he thought for a while and shook his head. No, I don't know how to manage it. I'll leave it to the steward. Then you'll be bullied. The villagers know the steward, but not you. You can't ignore the steward's words. Did Owner Li get bullied? Ziwu asked the question that had been on his mind all this time. The young Dongzhu didn't seem to do anything all day. He smiled when he saw people. The unhappy things disappeared when they saw him. Songda was in charge of the whole Zhuangzi. He was busy and had great power, but he was respectful to the young Dongzhu. No villagers were beaten. The villagers worked hard and learned how to read and write when they were resting. The children in the village were happy when they saw Dongzhu. How did he do it? Xan, he sighed. No, I don't understand. Not to mention the villagers, who would dare to provoke Li Yi. He seems to know everything we learn. That's right. This manor can do without anyone else, but it can't do without him. With him around, the villagers and I can be at ease. Isn't that what we learn? If we know how to plant seeds, we won't be bullied. If we know how to raise livestock, we won't be bullied. If we know how to weave bamboo and hemp, we won't be bullied. What Brother Li taught us is the way of managing a village. If we don't manage a village, how can we manage a place? If we don't manage a place, how can we manage a country? If we come to manage a place and encounter a war, At least we know how to use weapons and equestrian skills. We know how to arrange a military camp. If we organize the villagers, even if we don't attack, we'll still have the strength to fight. We won't be in chaos. Ziwu finally understood what he was talking about. What were they learning? Xin, he also suddenly realized. He's raising soldiers for the country? What a big ambition. We're working hard for the imperial exams, but Xin, he couldn't finish his sentence. He felt that the gap was too big. That's true. With Li Yi's reputation and talent, if he wants to take the exam, he'll definitely be first. Who would dare to stop him? However, he doesn't care. Ziwu's mood was bad again. Compared to others, what he wanted seemed meaningless. Li Longji returned to the palace and looked for Gao Lisher. Send someone to tell Yu Huai that the winged knights will escort and transport 100 horses. They'll provide food and fodder, and then they'll split the profits in half. Li Longji added a little more. Food and fodder. 100 horses would be 300 horses. Each person would have 3 horses. He knew how profitable large-scale smuggling was. Moreover, it was Brother Yi's soap and toilet water. What did you merchants need so much money for? Gao Lisher responded and turned to find someone. He couldn't meet Yu Huai in person. Yu Huai and the other merchants weren't qualified. Zhang Shuo was listening in the hall. Yesterday, Yao Chong ran away and didn't come back this morning, so he took care of some things. In the past, he didn't dare because he knew he would be punished. Now he was bold. You're not here, and I'm the Prime Minister. I'll take care of it. What's wrong? Your Majesty, there's a lot of money left on Chang'an's side. The Minister of Revenue, Zhong Xiaojing, made a statement this morning saying that the money in Chang and county should be transferred to the Ministry of Revenue. When Zhang Shua talked about official business, the Minister of Revenue, Zhong Xiaojing, was anxious when he saw that Pei Yaoqing had so much money that he couldn't spend it all. In fact, he and Zhong Xiaojing were in the same boat. They both didn't get along with Yao Chong and were about to be punished. Of course, Zhang Shua didn't know that in history, Zhong Xiaojing was beaten down by Yao Chong and was sent to Wenzhou to be a small minister. He didn't come back until the 15th year of Kaiyuan. Now, it was fine because Yao Chong's position wasn't so important. Li Yi was by the Bar River. Tell him to take care of Pei Yaoqing himself. Li Longji didn't agree. Pei Yaoqing didn't have it easy. He even went to Zhuangzi to ask for advice. You, Zhong Xiaojing, want to make money? I know. Your Majesty, where's Yuanji? Zhang Shua didn't find Yao Chong and was puzzled. He went to find Pei Yaoqing to talk about the raw bean sprouts. Li Longji didn't hide it. Oh, Zhang Shua understood. He went to Li Yi yesterday to get a good idea. After 2 days he would go. Chapter 163. Huanji, why are you here alone? Yao Chong came to find Pei Yaoqing with a method of growing mung bean sprouts and red bean sprouts. When Pei Yaoqing tried a case, if it wasn't a big one, he wouldn't be in charge. He was just like the secretary of the municipal party committee in the capital city. Although his position was small, it wasn't small. However, if it was big, there were a lot of bigger people above him. Of course, his rank wasn't as high as the municipal party committee. At this moment, Pei Yaoqing was sitting in the yamen. He didn't sit at the top, but was chatting with an old man. There were only 2 people in the entire hall. There were no documents and no bailiffs. The old man sat at the side, drinking tea brewed from the tea leaves he got from Li Yi, and blabbered on. Pei Yaoqing listened patiently. Anyway, there wasn't much to do. The old man didn't come to complain. He just strolled over and saw the county magistrate at the door. After greeting him, he was invited in by Pei Yaoqing to talk in the hall. Otherwise, it would be strange to be alone. Yao Chong came over and saw this scene. Prime Minister Yao is here. They all went to get business. Old man, the Prime Minister came to talk to me. Let's talk another day. Pei Yaoqing said to the old man, Okay, I didn't know before. The Ming residence is so good. This year the family can save money. It's just that the 2 children can't work. Let's wait for them to grow up." The old man said to Pei Yaoqing. He looked up at Yao Chong. The Prime Minister seemed to be about the same age as him. He was quite amiable. As he spoke, he got up and cupped his fist to Yao Chong and was about to leave. "Old man, wait." Yao Chong stopped him. "Prime Minister Yao." Pei Yaoqing thought that Yao Chong was going to make things difficult for him. This wouldn't do. No matter how small his position was, he had to protect him. I came back from Li's place. I have a good idea to benefit the people. Just now, this old man said that he has children at home. It's feasible." Yao Chong explained. In the past, he didn't care if the old man was old or not. Now that he was in contact with Li, he was much calmer. "Old man, sit down. I'll make tea for Prime Minister Yao. There's good news." Pei Yaoqing said to the old man. "Good news? All right, I'll stay a little longer. I don't dare to listen to the secrets of the imperial court." The old man stood there without sitting down. Pei Yaoqing filled the teacup with tea leaves, added some boiling water, and brought it over. Yao Chong looked at the teacup and said, "When I drink this tea, I have to ask the emperor for it. You can go and get it directly with your official status." "Prime Minister Yao, don't slander me. Being able to get the tea leaves has nothing to do with my position. The deputy county magistrate can't get it. Li won't give it to me." Pei Yaoqing argued. "Get an official position? What kind of joke was that? That was robbery. If Li didn't use your Chong and to calm the people, would he give you anything?" Yao Chong didn't hold back at all. The old man was dumbfounded. "You guys, the 2 of you, listen to my advice, don't fight." The old man was anxious, mainly because he was afraid that the young Pei Yaoqing would beat up the old Prime Minister. "How would I dare to be disrespectful to Prime Minister Yao?" Prime Minister Yao came over and said that he had something good. Pei Yaoqing smiled. "When you get back, give me half a kilo." Yao Chong first mentioned that he wanted the tea leaves. If not, why would he say such things? As long as Prime Minister Yao likes it. Pei Yaoqing agreed. "Yesterday, Li asked me to grow bean sprouts. He said that it was recorded in some medical books. Bean sprouts made from black beans can cure illnesses. Green beans and red beans will do too." Yao Chong said as he took out a book from his sleeves and handed it to Pei Yaoqing. Pei Yaoqing received it with both hands and flipped through it. There weren't many words in total, and he finished reading it very quickly. It can reduce the chances of catching a cold. Typhoid? It can also cure mouth rot. Stir-frying and blanching can still be used as a source of food. Pei Yaoqing concluded, "What's the use of eating bean sprouts?" He turned around and said to the old man, "Let me tell you how to use green beans and red beans to grow bean sprouts. This can be sold, and you can also eat it yourself." "Minister Ming, please tell me. I can remember." The old man couldn't read and could only listen. "Soak the beans in water and then pour the water out. Place them in a warm place and cover them with a cloth. When they sprout, don't cover them with the cloth." Pei Yaoqing translated, and Li wrote down 1 liter of beans. Place them in a wooden trough. The trough is about 1 inch high and 2 feet wide. Soak them in warm water for half a day. Filter them and cover them with silk. Place them in a warm place. After a day, soak them in water. If this were to be told to the old man, Pei Yaoqing was afraid that he would be beaten. As he finished, he complained, "Li is writing like this? Isn't it beneficial to the people? If you want it to be recorded, just let him write it. If he's just a craftsman, he would naturally be the one to dictate it. Others would record it down and then organize it. But he's not." Yao Chong replied, "To be recorded, it would be written in a book. The style of writing would naturally be different. Everyone was unwilling to find another craftsman, and thus asked Li to write it. Anyway, he could write whatever he wanted. So that's how it is. Li is indeed a scholar farmer, businessman. Pei Yaoqing understood. Spread it out and let the people of Chang'an use it. Later, eat with me at Heavenly World. I have a card. Yao Chong didn't want to go back to the political affairs hall immediately. He could guess. In the past, he was in charge of everything. Now Zhang Shuo and Lu Huaishan had grown up. Why should he go back? Everything was handled by the two of them. Well, do you want to go to the revolving restaurant? I don't know if there will be anyone there today. Pei Yaoqing agreed. He also had a card, but he had never been to the revolving restaurant. He couldn't get a seat. Using his official position to snatch it? It was absolutely courting death. Instead of snatching a seat at Heavenly World, it was better to go directly to His Majesty and ask His Majesty to treat him to a meal. At least, even if His Majesty didn't agree, his life wouldn't be in danger. Let's go to the second floor for hot pot and barbecue. Let's go together. Yao Chong invited the old man. The old man shook his head. I can't go. I'm going back now to ask 2 half-grown children to give birth to bean sprouts. I'll remember. Yao Chong thought for a moment. Don't worry. Give birth to bean sprouts. If you can't sell them or can't get a good price, look for Pei Yaoqing. He'll buy them. At least it'll be the price of beans. Yao Chong sold Pei Yaoqing. As for what Pei Yaoqing would do if he bought the bean sprouts, he would ask Li Yi. The old man left satisfied. He had a guarantee. He went home to get beans to give birth to bean sprouts. If that didn't work, he would come to the county magistrate. The prime minister said so. Pei Yaoqing shouted. The people who were handling documents in the other offices of the yamen came over gloomily to help look after the lobby. He also wanted to pull in investors, but there were too many things to do. He had to stay behind. He brought the documents over and looked at them while handling them. Pei Yaoqing followed Yao Chong to Heavenly World for a meal. There were few people, but the revolving restaurant was revolving. This meant that there were people. There aren't many people today, Yao Chong said to Lu Wan, who came to greet him. Lu Wan smiled. Today, right now, the time is right. It was 10 in the morning. Of course, there were fewer people. Luckily, I didn't eat too much this morning. Yao Chong rejoiced. Me too. Pei Yaoqing followed. The two of them chose a seat on the neighboring street and pushed open the window. Lu Wan asked someone to bring a glass frame and put it 1/3 of the way below the window. The top was covered with cloth. Sitting there like this, they had a view of the outside world. This was Yao Chong's treatment. Utensils and condiments, as well as charcoal, a pot, and a grate, were placed on top. The hot chicken soup was poured directly into the pot. It was ready to be boiled. The small boat carrying the ingredients floated in the water. The two of them didn't go to get it. They looked out at the street. There was news from the Ministry of Revenue 2 days ago that Kuda wanted to find your county magistrate's money. Yao Chong said to Pei Yaoqing. Kuda was Zhong Shaojing's courtesy name. When Li Longji killed Empress Wei, he personally led 200 households of slaves to charge in. He made a great contribution to Li Longji. Then, when Li Longji became the emperor, he became the Minister of Revenue, Crown Prince Zhan Shi. Yao Chong was particularly disgusted with him. Now that he told Pei Yaoqing about it, his meaning was, hurry up and think of a way to get him down. Pei Yaoqing frowned. He knew that Zhong Shaojing wasn't a good person. The people especially didn't like him. But get him down? How? Finally, Chapter 164. Pei Yaoqing thought for a while and said directly, you can't touch him. It's still possible in the past, but now, Huanji doesn't know. Yao Chong didn't hide it either. I'm telling you, I don't have so much power now. You know why? I'll go out in the afternoon. Pei Yaoqing agreed. He didn't want to give the money away. Why should he give it to the Ministry of Revenue? It's not easy to get all the officials in our county. Huanji boiled the vegetables. Yao Chong had achieved his goal and asked Pei Yaoqing to take the boat. The boat sailed on Pei Yaoqing's side. Pei Yaoqing took a look and picked up a bean sprout on the boat. This is what the people in Chang and grow in the future. It's a vegetable, Yao Chong said. He admitted that Li Yi was definitely beneficial to the people. The premise was to help the people. If it was an official like him, it would probably be the Prime Minister's magnanimity and virtue. But he couldn't touch him. How could Empress Wang have a child in her belly? Of course, it was him who gave the medicine. Since His Majesty ascended the throne, it was needless to say how much pressure he was under. There was no Empress, but now there was. Looking at the Empress's happy appearance and His Majesty's accommodating attitude, he knew it was a boy. As for how he knew, young Dongzhu was here, and his medical skills. Pei Yaoqing took another plate of mutton and said, "After a few days the cabbage and radish will be finished. There will be bean sprouts, which can last until the beginning of spring." Indeed, people used to eat wild vegetables to allay their hunger. With the soybean oil, the consumption of grain in the people's home is small. Wild vegetables can also be fried, eaten raw, blanched, and dipped in sauce. Yao Chong once again recognized that young Dongzhu should not appear in the world. There were countless living people. Eat first, don't waste. The price of the buffet is fixed. If you don't eat, you will be punished. I don't even dare to order chang'an. Pei Yaoqing took 6 plates of dishes. Each plate was not much. There were only those on the boat. Yao Chong didn't say anything, because this heavenly earth belonged to Her Majesty. If she couldn't finish the food, she would throw it away, and the price would remain the same. If any minister threw away a pile of food every day, as long as there was an impeachment, they would at least have to submit a letter of apology. Young Dongzhu's Shuangzi canteen would give some menus a separate sign. What's left in the morning will be thrown away at night. What's left at noon will be thrown away tomorrow morning, and what's left at night will be thrown away tomorrow afternoon. Then the food was divided among the farmers, but they were reluctant to throw it away. Pei Yaoqing boiled a piece of mutton and dipped it in the sauce. He turned his head to look at the pedestrians on the street below and said, "At this time last year there were beggars on the opposite side. This is the East Market. Why are we going to the opposite side?" Yao Chong really didn't know. Because the food they are begging for is leftover food from the customers of the shops along the street in the Easter market. If they come to the front of the shop and disturb the business of the shop will not give it to them. Xingyi Fang was opposite. If someone wanted to recruit workers, they would go there to look for them. That's why the Easter market is willing to give away leftover food. Last year I was incompetent. Pei Yaoqing's eyes reddened as he spoke. Last winter, many people starved and froze to death, but he couldn't do anything. Today, there wasn't a single beggar at Shangyi Fang. Instead, there were people standing there looking up at heaven and earth with envy. You don't have to worry about that. If you're envious, then so be it. You just don't have the money to come up here to eat. It's not like you can't eat food from other places. Yao Chong also didn't want to see people freeze and starve to death, so he looked down. Next year, if the ice lanterns don't work, I will ask Li Yi for a solution. Yao Chong promised. He didn't think it was shameful to ask for a solution. Did the Prime Minister have to know everything? Knowing people, and using them well was enough. In fact, he had thought it through. Otherwise, what could he do? He really couldn't do it. Are there many cases? Yao Chong saw that no one was begging, so he asked about the cases. Not many. I'm busy making money. If there's work to do, why steal and rob others? Most of the cases are about neighbors invading or things between men and women. There are victims and defendants. It's easy to catch them and not difficult to interrogate them. The worst cases are robbery and theft. It takes a lot of effort to find people, and many of them can't be found. Last year, many people died. They were strangled to death, killed with knives, and beaten to the head with sticks. Some people saw them and said what they looked like. Several people saw them at the same time, but said different things. Pei Yaoqing talked about last year's murder case. It was mainly robbery. If there was no money, They directly killed people and took their belongings. As for conflicts and vendettas, it didn't matter. If you could find people, your family would be there if you ran away. Now, it was a matter of whose chicken was suspected to have been eaten by the neighbor, whose woman was doing it with another man, whose man was doing it with another woman, whose man was doing it with another man, whose woman was doing it with another woman. The last two didn't matter. No one committed crimes because of laziness. Yao Chong asked the key point. There are helpers. Pay. Yao Qing told Yao Chong. Helpers were paid to work. They would do any kind of work. Some even helped break people's legs. In fact, it was the underworld. Some were organized and some were scattered. Kong Square had the most. They could find people at any time. They work. Yao Chong didn't understand for a moment. No, they help recruit people. If they hire someone to work, they will be paid. If that person is sneaky, they can find the helpers who introduce them. The helpers will persuade that person. Pei Yao Qing revealed the darkest side of Chong, and he didn't know much about Chong. And because he didn't know much about it, now he used these people to deal with Chong and secret matters. He would give them money. Sometimes they were even more useful than Yamen runners. Didn't the Yamen runners get paid for their work? In Kong Square, there were big families, but there were also people with poor lives. They were recruited through various means. Some were even groomed as young girls. There were also people who had many children and lived a poor life. They sold themselves or were sold by their parents. For example, Gao Lisher and Yang Situ were from big families. When their families were wiped out, they were too young to be killed. They were cut off and sent to the palace. There were also people who were sold to the palace for money to support the rest of the family. They also gave the children who were sold away to survive. Counting carefully, it was already considered a blessing to be able to live and grow up safely. Yao Chong closed his eyes and sighed. He felt helpless. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to do anything either. After sighing, he suddenly opened his eyes. You should go to Li Yi in the afternoon and ask him. Can he handle the secret matters? Pei Yao Qing felt that it was useless. At least he helped you settle the people for this winter. Before this year, did you dare to think that this winter would be like this? Yao Chong glared at Pei Yao Qing. How would he know if he didn't ask? Okay, I'll listen to Prime Minister Yao. Pei Yao Qing decided to go and take a look. He had other things to ask, such as what to do if the Ministry of Revenue wanted to rob them. The two of them relaxed and ate slowly. Guests arrived one after another. Needless to say, the third floor was already fully booked. There would only be seats if Yao Chong went up. Yesterday, Li Yi copied a lot of poems. I'll say it. Help spread it to Kong Square. Yao Chong felt that if he didn't spread it, Li Yi wouldn't take the initiative to say it. Unlike the literati in the capital, they would write poems of sympathy for the two ducks, poems of chickens pecking rice, and all kind of things. They would read it out loud, afraid that people wouldn't vomit. As for Li Yi, he would say it casually without writing it down. It was as if he was just chatting. Yao Chong was very dissatisfied. How could it be like this? Let me tell you. He threw out the 4 poems that Li Yi had copied himself. 1 was heavy snow crushing the pine. 2 were yellow orioles commanding the green willows. 1 was last year at the door. 1 was pulling the bow and pulling the strong. At the same time, he also mentioned Brown Rock. So that's the name of the palace maids and eunuchs. Pei Yao Qing understood this time. Chapter 165. All living things are bitter, and their desires disturb them. The sun shines brightly during the day, and the cold moon shines at night. Rich people rarely come from high families, and poor people often come from humble houses. But justice must be done, and the light must be kept. At noon, the weather was clear, and a few white clouds could be seen floating in the sky. Pei Yao Qing, who had eaten with Yao Chong, called 2 bailiffs and took a carriage to Zhuangzi, which was near the Bar River. Li Yi, who had finished half a day of classes, left a group of students who were sighing in front of their homework and set up a shed outside the canteen. In the shed, There was a pot made of thin copper, and in the pot was hot chicken soup. There were yam slices skewers, dried tofu skewers, chicken slices skewers, autumn-dried vegetable skewers, streaky pork skewers. All kinds of skewers were cooked in the pot, and there was only one pot with chili. The children in Zhuangzi lined up to choose their favorite food and put it on a tray made of bamboo to eat. The sun was full, and there was no wind, so it was still very cold outside. Eating the hot skewers and drinking the chicken soup warmed them up. When Pei Yaoqing arrived, he saw the scene of the children occasionally shivering and continuing to eat. "Brother Yi, why don't you let the children in to eat?" Pei Yaoqing was puzzled. Only when it's cold can one feel happy eating hot skewers. When the ice rink opens the day after tomorrow, the ice carts will be free. I want to see what other people want to eat. Li Yi gave a reason. The ice carts were naturally for children to play with. Would the adults feel embarrassed? The adults would use the ice skates, and the ice skates would collect rent. "Brother Yi, the village can make money and there are many businesses. Why do you need to hire people to make a small profit?" Pei Yaoqing asked with a heart to learn. The most profitable business is the monopoly of technology, and the lowest cost is the service industry. People can't walk on one leg, and the village needs to adapt to the service model. Li Yi said as he handed a mushroom skewer to the little boy holding the tray. Pei Yaoqing saw the spicy pot and reached out to take a skewer of oil tofu. He ate one and smacked his lips. Spicy is still the best. "Brother Pei, have you arranged everything in your residence?" Li Yi asked. Why did Pei Yaoqing come? The Minister of Revenue, Zhong Shaojing, wants to record the county's wealth. Pei Yaoqing stuck out his tongue and complained. Zhong Shaojing with big words? Write a beautiful regular script? Li Yi stood there in a daze for a dozen breaths before asking. It's him. Pei Yaoqing looked like a bullied child complaining to his parents. Li Yi gave the two children another string of chicken skin and nodded. Yao Chong didn't take him down? Pei Yaoqing glanced at Li Yi and thought, isn't it all because of you? But when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he said, Brother Yi, you've offered a lot of good ideas, and now Prime Minister Yao. Li Yi suddenly realized that his behavior had affected Yao Chong's right to speak. Should I hand it in? Pei Yaoqing was more concerned about his own little treasury. Brother Pei, ask the people of Chong and to write a petition and present it to Her Majesty. Li Yi didn't say whether to hand it in or not. Instead, he said something that seemed unrelated. Pei Yaoqing's eyes lit up. Brother Yi, you're a genius. I'll write it when I get back. As he spoke, he ate the remaining few tofu puffs and chewed vigorously. The spiciness made the tip of his nose sweat, but he was happy. After taking a few breaths, he took a bunch of spicy cabbage. Brother Yi, if you sell this kind of spicy cabbage in the future, I'll definitely come and support you. It's not for sale. It's for the children today, but you can add more pepper. Although it's not very spicy, it's numbing. Li Yi picked up a bunch of mushrooms. When the children saw that Dongzhu was busy, they reached out and took the mushrooms themselves. The older children even took the mushrooms for the younger children. Another child took the uncooked mushrooms from the side and put them on the side. If you're almost done, go in and eat. Don't expect to be full with this. Li Yi saw that a child wanted to take a bunch of mushrooms and reached out to stop him. The child stuck out his tongue and only took a bunch of mushrooms. Brother Yi, you're better than Zhuangzi. There are fewer disputes. Unlike Chang, and I'm the county magistrate, but there are many things that I can't control. Do you know that there are people secretly controlling things that can't be exposed? Pei Yaoqing began to ask the next question. The first question was solved easily. Li Yi paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. People are insatiable. When Zhong Shaojing was young, his family was poor. When he survived, he didn't care about the people's livelihood. He wrote good regular script, but his actions were not righteous. The rich may be innocent, but the poor may not be kind. Just like the alternation of night and day, where there is light, there is darkness. The rivers flow endlessly, and the waves of grievances are difficult to settle. Li knew that there were underworld gangs in Chang, and especially the nightless Pyongkong Square. Including the helpers working at the docks, there may be no organization at first, but later on, when competing for benefits, someone will stand up and lead a group of people to fight. When the struggle has achieved a certain level of success, these people will become the existence that oppresses others. Pei Yaoqing listened and sighed. Since Brother Yi knows, do you have a solution? Brother Pei thinks too highly of me. There's nothing I can do. If you help the person being bullied, how can you know if the person being helped will stand up and turn around to bully others? The maids in Pyongkong Square begging for a living under the protection of other famous big shots look pitiful. One day, when the maids become big shots, when they have maids, will they think about how they were bullied in the past and treat the maids well? Li Yi shook his head. He didn't have the ability, not in the current Tang dynasty and not in the future. Is there no other way? Pei Yaoqing still didn't give up. If you want to, you can still do something. It's nothing more than benefits. If you can get benefits through normal means, there's no need to use other methods to harm others. Li Yi thought for a moment and said. Pei Yaoqing put down the skewer and cupped his fist. Brother Yi, teach me. Call those people to a meeting. They can't control those big shots, but they can control a lot of people. Li Yi said. And then Pei Yaoqing asked. Then compete to see who's the most stable in the area. The imperial court will give out a token to whoever is good. Then organize them to pick students from the common people and teach them various skills. Turn the people secretly buying and selling people into the open. This way, they have more people to choose from. Those who can't get a token can only continue to do things in the dark. Then let those who get a token perform outside at the imperial court's expense. There will always be people in the audience who will give them money. If those who don't have a token dare to take jobs privately, investigate. Not only investigate them, if any restaurant looks for them, investigate the restaurant as well. Do the same for those working at the docks, construction sites, and other places. Let them know that if they manage well, there won't be many dirty things, and they'll earn more money. Li Yi came up with ideas, gave benefits, and then divided them and forced them to change internally. Although it couldn't be completely wiped out, it could help some people. Pei Yaoqing nodded as he listened. He felt like he saw a new window. Is there anything else? Pei Yaoqing was anxious. Publicity, positive publicity. Tell them to be kind, or at least show kindness on the surface. If there's too much publicity, it will subtly influence them. Li Yi continued to push and use publicity to pressure those people. When more people define their actions as kindness and excellence, they could not do it even if they wanted to. Even if they had to pretend they had to do it well. Okay. What should we do about the publicity? Pei Yaoqing listened to the general direction and wanted to ask for the specifics. Let's have a meeting first. In a few days, my newspaper will be out. I'll use the newspaper as support. I want to know who's in charge of who, and I want data. Also, I've told Big Brother and Third Brother that they should be looking for Her Majesty to discuss the publicity of the performance. It's just right to use it. Keep an eye on the pear garden. Li Yi connected the two matters. Is there anything else? Pei Yaoqing was insatiable. I'll copy 2 drama scripts and teach them how to act in them. Li Yi satisfied Pei Yaoqing. Pei Yaoqing was about to open his mouth when Li Yi passed him a skewer. Brother Pei, eat. I don't have any more here. I can't take it out. Pei Yaoqing immediately revealed a bitter expression. He didn't believe it. He felt that Brother Yi must have many other ideas in his mind. Chapter 166. Pei Yaoqing ran off and did not stay for another meal. The moment he returned to the yamen, he started to write the 10,000 people list. He knew how to do this and was very familiar with it. He had to write it on a white silk cloth and transcribe it onto a yellow silk cloth after His Majesty finished reading it. The silk cloth had to be long, and the front had to be the 10,000 people list, while the back had to be the handprints of the people. If the handprints belonged to a wealthy merchant or someone from a wealthy family, the handprints would be placed. Who told you to think about my money? Who told you to interfere with the Ministry of Revenue? Humph. Take out the 10,000 people list first before telling me who the money belongs to. Pay, Yao Qing grumbled angrily as he wrote without any delay. He was delighted. Brother, he had a solution, and it was not difficult at all. Why didn't he think of it? Yao Chong had already returned to the political affairs hall and brought back a few sticks of candied haws. The big haws were coated with a layer of sugar that was as clear as ice. The sugar was also attached to a large piece of sugar. A stick of candied haws and 10 haws cost 600 coins. The sugar was expensive. Most pharmacies sold brown sugar, and many people would buy some at home. 500 grams cost 300 coins. It depended on the amount of sugar cane. If there was more sugar cane, it would be cheaper. Try it. This is the method that Li Yi taught King Song. King Song bought a lot of brown sugar, and it became like this. Add 10 haws, and it cost 600 coins. Yao Chong gave 2 sticks of candied haws to Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua. The two of them did not stand on ceremony, but Zhang Shua was puzzled. Prime Minister, Yao brought a lot of money out? Lu Huaishan looked at Yao Chong with a questioning expression. That's right. Did you take money from Pei Yaoqing? It wasn't easy for him to earn that money. King Song combined the candied haws and Earthly Paradise membership cards together and put them on the tab. Do you know how powerful it is now? Yao Chong said as he shook the candied haws. Candied haws can be put on the tab? Zhang Shua was surprised. Yao Chong squinted his eyes. It's not just candied haws. King Song sells a lot of things. Oysters, cabbage, vegetables, watermelons, and cantaloupes. Other than oysters and cabbage. The rest are things that ordinary people can't afford. As long as you have the Celestial World card, you can pay the bill. However, I had to use my own name, so I changed it because it was a gift from someone else. What if there's no more money in the card? Lu Huaishan was tempted and wanted one. If I don't have money, I'll naturally owe you. I'll ask you for it when the time comes. Zhang Shua said. What if you don't? I'm the Prime Minister, Lu Huaishan argued. Then don't be the Prime Minister anymore. If you don't pay back what you owe, you can continue to be the Prime Minister. Yao Chong said as he took a bite of the ice flakes on the Tonghulu. It was very sweet. Lu Huaishan sighed. Ask Her Majesty for vegetables and watermelon. There's no need for that. His Majesty has planted a lot. If I had known earlier, I would have found a place to plant a greenhouse. It's not difficult at all. Zhang Shua said with a regretful expression. He knew that Li Yi was planting greenhouses, but he was not sure if it was good or not. Now he realized that he had missed out on many things. Otherwise, this year, his family. As for next year, there would probably be even more people learning how to plant them. Yao Chong took the other 2 Tonghulu to the door and handed them to the guard outside. Send this to Jigu. The guard knew who Jigu was and took the Tonghulu to the Ministry of Works. Inside, Zhang Shua and Lu Huaishan looked at each other and did not say anything. They both understood that Yao Chong could not deal with Wei Jigu, so he could only ease the relationship first. When Yao Chong turned around, Zhang Shua joked, Prime Minister Yao, have you recently been thinking of replacing people who are not beneficial to the country? For example, Zhong Xiaojing, Zhong Kaishu. Zhong Kaishu was Zhong Xiaojing's nickname. Zhong Xiaojing's ancestor, father was Zhong Yao, the inventor of the Xiaojie regular script. Zhong Xiaojing's other aspects aside, at least his calligraphy was good. Many couplets in the palace were written by him. He was not short of money, and many people asked him for his calligraphy. Zhang Shuo said as he showed Yao Chong a memorial written by Zhong Shaojing. The words were very beautiful, but the content was more disgusting. Yao Chong glanced at it and did not even look at it. He asked, "What did His Majesty say?" "Tell the Ministry of Revenue to ask for it themselves." Zhong Kaishu is probably thinking of a way. Zhang Shuo said with a smile. "He's thinking of a way? Haha. This old man told Pei Huanji. He should have returned from Li Yi's Zhuangzi by now." Yao Chong said as he took another bite of the Tang Hulu. Lu Huaishan looked at Yao Chong. "UNG is good at using a borrowed knife to kill people. Zhong Shaojing is finished." Lu Huaishan was very clear that Li Yi could not tolerate Zhong Shaojing's conduct. Li Yi's Zhuangzi was now being watched by special people. Whoever went in must be reported to His Majesty. Pei Yaoqing went, Li Yi made a move, and when Pei Yaoqing made a move, His Majesty could see Li Yi's attitude. If that's the case, it means that Li Yi and this old man are thinking of the same thing. Yao Chong did not feel that there was anything wrong with tricking people. "I'll leave early tonight to get a card. 1,000 taels." Zhang Shuo looked at Yao Chong. He was in a difficult position with money. "Daoji, go to Earthly Paradise and say you want a card. You know the rest." Yao Chong said as he looked at Lu Huaishan, indicating that he should also go and get one. Lu Huaishan understood tacitly. If he went, why would he not get any benefits? At worst, if someone wanted to harm Li Yi, he would be the first to stop them. If that person did not know what was good for them and he could not stop them, then he would be seeking death. The next person he met would not be the Prime Minister. After lunch, the students all had their own things to do. Li Yi went into the study for a while, then came out to take the palace maids and eunuchs to Zhang clan's village. They handed over the account book, so he had to take responsibility. "Dongzhu. Dongzhu. Dongzhu is here." At the entrance of the village, everyone who saw Li Yi greeted him. Some people even turned around and ran inside, shouting loudly. Zhang Xiao hurried over. "Li Dongzhu is here. Come in quickly." Li Yi followed him into the ancestral hall. There were seats in the main hall. Those who were qualified to go in followed, while those who were not waited outside. "Village head Zhang, the day after tomorrow, my Zhuangzi will find rich people to come over to play. There will only be snacks and no food. I will lead them to the village to eat. Some of the food you eat at Zhuangzi's canteen often, so you know the taste. I believe there are clever people who know how to cook it." Li Yi said directly. Zhang Xiao blushed. Indeed, there were people who secretly learned, but they only did in the village and did not dare to spread it. Li Yi continued, "You see, ask them to go into the greenhouse and pick the vegetables personally. Give them whatever they pick and tell them the price." He handed a few pieces of paper to Zhang Xiao. "Write it all down. Do as you say. After deducting the other expenses, the village will take 10% of the money." Zhang Xiao took the paper and looked at it. "You want to put it next to the new school in the village?" "Yes, let the children wear beautiful clothes and eat their 3 meals a day. This money will be included in the other expenses and will not be taken out." Li Yi meant that he would bear 90% of the children's money, and the village would bear 10%. Zhang Xiao nodded and continued reading. "You also want to ask the craftsmen to build a new house for them to rest and live in? Where can we find the craftsmen? I have them in Zhuangzi. Originally, I don't need to pay, but since it is a different account, I have to pay. Give it to me. The construction materials that I'm providing you also cost money. It's just a capital. Make sure the accounts are correct." Li Yi separated the two situations. In the past, he took care of the children. Now that the village had its own money, it was not right to take care of them. But he did not intend to earn money from the village. He used the capital to provide the materials. The manpower was still a capital. "When will the house be built?" Zhang Xiao became serious. This involved the interests of the village. "Build it first and replace it with other houses. The bowls and chopsticks must be good, and the broken bowls are not allowed. I will write another one later. You can arrange according to this first." Li Yi mentioned about the service. Now he was doing the work of a village official. Chapter 167. The other people in the ancestral hall listened. They didn't know the specific situation, but their eyes were full of expectation. Zhang Xiao was watching. He could understand some of it directly, but there were some that he couldn't immediately understand. But it didn't matter. He just needed to follow the instructions. "Aren't the vegetables sold in Chang'an?" Zhang Xiao found that there was no way to pick and sell the vegetables, so he asked. "Many people will come here. If they feel it's good after eating it, we can sell it to them when they go back. At that time, there will be smart people who will specially come to buy it." Li Yi had an idea about this. If he asked the people in Zhang's village to sell in the East Market, they would be easily troubled. There were departments in charge of the East and West markets. If they took a few cucumbers, the villagers wouldn't dare to say anything. If it was him, it wouldn't matter. If he took 3 cucumbers and gave them 5, wouldn't it be asking for bribes? The villagers were simple. When they thought that these things were theirs, why would others want to rob them? They were angry while selling. If they got sick again, they would have to come to him for treatment. Since that was the case, they could sell it in the village. Who would dare to come in and cause trouble? They would die in vain. If the officials came to the village to rob, were they trying to force the people to rebel? Believe it or not, they would carry the dead body, and the villagers would go to the palace to kneel. Then he would compose a poem, write a song, and spread it in Chang'an. Let's see who was more ruthless. Zhang Xiao didn't think too much and asked, "Can it be sold?" "Why are you asking so many questions? If Dongzhu says it's okay, it's okay." The village elder was angry and blamed Zhang Xiao. "We'll listen to Li Dongzhu's instructions." Zhang Xiao quickly agreed. Li Yi drank a mouthful of tea, put it down, and stood up. He walked to the door and said, "The vegetables in the greenhouse that don't look good, the villagers will pick them and eat them. The good-looking ones will be left for the customers to choose." Then Li Yi left under the respectful gazes of the villagers. "Quick, burn incense and kowtow to Dongzhu's memorial tablet," an elder suggested. "No, Dongzhu doesn't allow us to burn incense. Kowtow about 3 times. What did Dongzhu say about the vegetables that don't look good? Dongzhu let us pick the vegetables and eat them. As long as they are eaten by us, they don't look good. Dongzhu is a good person. I want cucumber and watermelon." The villagers were happy and could eat the vegetables in the greenhouse. Li Yi also sighed. What a good villager. The shed here was for the villagers to take care of. Other than the leaves of the grass seeds in the soil that were eaten by the villagers didn't touch any of the other vegetables. Actually, it was fine if he ate it. As long as he didn't catch a sheep. No, he didn't catch a cucumber and pull it out. It would be considered giving him face. In the end, no one said anything, and the villagers automatically guarded the things. The more this was the case, the more Li Yi was willing to help. He was in a good mood. Money couldn't buy him anything. Lu Huaixin and Zhang Shuo, who had left the political affairs hall early, were in a good mood. The 2 of them arrived at the earthly paradise together. Lu Wan received them and asked each of them to pay 1 card, which was 10 copper coins. Then he told the 2 of them to charge money into the card for consumption. However, no proof was left behind, and the card looked different from ordinary cards. The 2 of them took the card and went to buy groceries. King Song arranged for the seller to pick the best groceries and pack them in without weighing them. He said that it would be recorded and the money would be deducted from the card. However, he didn't ask the 2 of them to sign or leave their fingerprints. Prime Minister Lu, what do you think will happen if the 2 of us turn around and deliberately cause trouble for Li Yi? Zhang Shuo and Lu Huaixin sat in the same 4-wheeled carriage. The 2 of them lived not far from each other, so they sat in Zhang Shuo's carriage. Lu Huaixin's carriage followed behind. His house was closer, so he got off first. Lu Huaixin looked at the cucumbers, cabbages, chrysanthemums, and watermelons that were placed in the carriage. He said, "I'm a little scared. From now on, with this card I can take anything from any of Li Yi's businesses." "Yes." Zhang Shuo fiddled with the membership card in his hand and said, "Gifts blind the eyes. Even without His Majesty, if someone wants to cause trouble for Li Yi, I have to inform Li Yi first." "Yes, unless we return all the money we spent to Li Yi, it will be hard for us to establish ourselves in the court." Lu Huaishan shook his head and felt the pressure. He knew that if he made a move against Li Yi, his colleagues in the court would be watching. "Ah, Li Yi is so good to you, but you, what if it were me? Do I have to be on guard against you at all times? It's useless to be good to you. Your character is not good enough. You are wicked." "Is that so?" Zhang Shuo imitated Li Yi's common words and said, "But the things in the greenhouses are really good. Next year, Chang, and we'll have more greenery in winter." Lu Huaishan looked at the vegetables and thought of the happy faces of his family when he returned home. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out a lot. In the past, it was a reward from His Majesty. There were very few vegetables, but they could be bought this year. Next year, more people might be able to eat them. Having vegetables to eat and not to have vegetables were absolutely different. Once winter came, more people would fall sick. The vegetables in the palace were also pitifully few. The meals in the political affairs hall had more dried vegetables, and people would get sick of eating radishes and cabbages. Zhang Shuo picked up a cantaloupe and smelled it. As long as a family has half a mu of land to plant greenhouses, they can earn as much money in one winter as in the first half of the year. There are many people in Chang, and you can't afford those bamboo sticks and silk, right? Lu Huaishan thought of how the people knew there were ways to earn money, but they could not afford to build greenhouses. He could not help but feel sad. "Don't worry. Next year, ask Li Yi. The things that you and I are worried about are probably settled by Li Yi casually. Otherwise, why would His Majesty protect him like a treasure? When we wanted to ask Li Yi to enter the court, His Majesty was angry and had to give up. Otherwise, he would give Li Yi a position in the political affairs hall. If there was something he could not decide, he could ask Dongzhu for advice." "Haha." Zhang Shuo laughed as he spoke. He felt that Li Yi was quite pitiful. Whenever he had something to ask, he would not get any benefits. Furthermore, everyone who went there was eating and drinking. He heard that Yao Chong was admitted to the hospital yesterday. Li Yi and his clothes guarded him for the entire night. Ha ha ha! Lu Huaishan also knew that King Song Li Qingqi came over today to ask what vegetables they wanted to eat and would send them over tomorrow. Of course, those who went to see Li Yi and Zhuangzi were the ones who knew about the situation there. "Daoji, why don't the two of us go there one day and see if Li Yi has figured out something new?" Lu Huaishan said to Zhang Shuo. Zhang Shuo understood. They were not going there to ask about anything new, but to talk about the court. The two of them did not want to go down and wanted to get some power. In the past, they felt that it was very messy. There were many things in the Tang dynasty, and they could not find any clues. But now it was different. There was a young man, Dongzhu, who seemed to understand the situation of the world very well. He can chat with you about domestic trifles, and he can also talk about the Turkic tribes. He was willing to cook personally and recite poems and songs. He could come up with the skills of 100 trades and play chess about the people's livelihood. It was very satisfying to be with him. Even if you suddenly fell sick, he would treat you immediately. For people like Lu Huaishan, they wished that they could bring Li Yi home and adopt him as their son or grandson. Unfortunately, he was reserved by His Majesty, and no one was allowed to take him away. Every time King Song went there, he would have to inform His Majesty. The other princes had long wanted to take a look, but they were not allowed to. In other words, what are you going there for? Are you looking for my brother Yi to help you conquer the world? Chapter 168. The next day, many people were present at the Chang court. Yao Qing changed into a clean set of official clothes. Now that he had money, he didn't need the imperial court to give him a set. The main reason was that he added cotton inside. It was warm and looked the same from the outside. Otherwise, it would be uncomfortable to wear other clothes inside the clothes given by the imperial court in winter. Fortunately, it wasn't cold under his feet. There were many warm paths in the palace. Looking at the positions where the palace maids and eunuchs usually stood, he knew where the warm paths were. Everyone stood properly. Pei Yaoqing lowered his head slightly and didn't look at anyone. He felt many gazes. It couldn't be helped. The head of Tang, and was now rich. When the first snow fell, the head of Tang and went around looking for people to beg for alms, and held a drinking ceremony to get a sum of money. Turning around, he gave porridge to the people. The operation of Sorrowful Heaven Square was very impressive. It wasn't like this last year, but now he didn't give porridge anymore. He gave dry rice and meat soup and helped find work. The children each had an egg a day. How rich was this? If you weren't the focus, who would be? The Minister of Revenue, Zhong Xiaojing, was also there. He stared at Pei Yaoqing. Last year, when Pei Yaoqing just became the head of Tang, and he went around begging grandfathers and grandmothers, especially the Ministry of Revenue, for money. This winter, Pei Yaoqing was still running around. He looked for the Directorate of Imperial Studies, the Directorate of Imperial Studies, and the Chong Wenguan for free. He spent money to get people to make things, proofread manuscripts, and print them. Then, in the 12th lunar month, the rent paid to the Ministry of Revenue was still the same. There was no change at all. There was no problem in checking the accounts. But the problem was that there was no problem. Otherwise, why didn't you hand over the money? On the other side, Li Longji arrived. His complexion was rosy, and he seemed to be in good spirits. He sat there and leaned back. It was comfortable. This was some ergonomic blueprint given by Brother Yi. It was a new dragon chair. Gao Lisher raised his voice. His Majesty is inquiring about politics. If there's a memorial, go ahead and speak frankly. I have a memorial. As soon as Gao Lisher finished speaking, Zhong Xiaojing stood up. Minister Zhong, please speak. Li Longji didn't use Gao Lisher's. The Minister of Revenue has a memorial. Zhong Xiaojing took a step forward and turned to face Li Longji. The borders are troubled this year. Wars are frequent, old debts. There was an excess of grain and fodder, but not enough to spare. In Chang and county, there were piles of money and silk. The Ministry of Revenue was difficult to continue, and it could not be left empty. Your subject requests to transfer the excess wealth of Chang and county to fill the shortage of the Ministry of Revenue. In addition, the Ministry of Revenue will be in charge of all the treasuries in Chang, and county to be carefully examined and used for national purposes. Zhong Xiaojing said and handed over the memorial. The robbery has begun. Who asked you, Chang, and to be able to get so much money? Let's rob you. The others looked at Pei Yaoqing. Some were gloating, while others felt sorry for him. Those who gloated sent their subordinates to ask Pei Yaoqing for money, but Pei Yaoqing didn't give them any. The sad ones also wanted to do something for the people. Pei Yaoqing was doing a good job. Pei Yaoqing knew what kind of people they were. If they wanted money from him, he could actually trick them and pretend that he couldn't bear the pressure and give them the money. His Majesty is watching. Do you think the money is mine? If you take it, His Majesty will punish you. But no, he had to fight back. If he forced His Majesty to make a move, it would mean that his position wasn't firm enough. After tricking them, he'd also tricked himself. At this time, only a few people looked at Zhong Xiaojing as if they were looking at a dead man. There were 3 prime ministers. One was the Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, one was Gao Lisher, and one was Yang Sison. The 3 prime ministers were waiting. They couldn't guess what Li Yi had suggested to Pei Yaoqing, so they were waiting for Pei Yaoqing to counterattack. This was a distant contest. One was Zhuangzi, Dongzhu Li Yi, and the other was the Minister of Revenue, Zhong Xiaojing. One knew himself, and the other knew his enemy, while the other was foolishly happy. Li Longji had someone take the memorial and put it on the table. He asked, "Is the Chang and County Magistrate here?" Your subject is here. Pei Yaoqing stepped forward and began to unbutton his clothes. He rummaged through them and pulled out a thick cloth scroll. At this moment he was proud. Your regular script, Zhong Xiaojing, is indeed beautiful. I admit, but I'm just a child. In terms of handwriting, I'm not as good as you. In terms of literary talent, you step aside. Who's worse than who? Li Longji knew that Pei Yaoqing had gone to look for Li Yi. He wanted to see what Li Yi had suggested, so he said, "What do you have to say?" Your subject invites all the people to pledge their support. Pei Yaoqing was full of confidence. As he spoke, he tossed the white donation handkerchief in his hand. Boom! The handkerchief unfurled. He didn't even look at it and said directly, "Your subject is indebted to the people of Chang'an. In the cold winter and scorching summer, everything must be true. Today, there are tens of thousands of people who pledge their support. Reciting Yao Xuanxi can't bring all living things to life. Remembering you, Tangzai, can't resist the tyrannical might of heaven. Today's winter is bitter and colorless, but the falling snow makes it colorful. People have a livelihood and their souls fall. Only your majesty can fight against the heavens. The people of Chang and say that they are extremely fortunate. In Enda Palace, the emperor produces 9 cauldrons. Life is predestined. Life is predestined. Don't follow the past. Lead by the rules of the court." Pei Yaoqing began to recite the pledge he had written himself, praising Li Longji. What Yao, Shen, Yu and Tang, they were all useless and couldn't be compared. The group of people was dumbfounded. They suddenly remembered that this Chang, an official, was passed by taking the child examination. He was already very impressive before he was 10 years old. Other people were playing with mud when they were less than 10 years old. But Pei Yaoqing took the imperial examination. Ask those people in their 30s and 40s who couldn't take the exam. How did they feel? Zhong Xiaojing was sweating. He really wanted to ask Pei Yaoqing if he dared to compete in calligraphy. What's the use of your mouth? The 3 prime ministers looked at each other and understood. Li Yi's idea was to ask all the people to pledge their support. This was ruthless. Once the people pledged their support, the money would have nothing to do with the Chang and Yamen. It would belong to Her Majesty. If the Ministry of Revenue wanted it, was it to compete for Her Majesty's kindness to the people? Her Majesty wouldn't take the money. Her Majesty didn't lack this money. Who was the Ministry of Revenue targeting? The rest of the people who reached out and were rebuffed were scared. Damn, Pei Yaoqing, how can you do this? Thank you. Luckily, you didn't share some of the money with me. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Haha. Li Longji couldn't help but laugh before he finished listening. He didn't care about the people's pledge. He already knew what the people of Chang and were doing. He felt that Li Yi was interesting. His idea was so deceitful. This brother, he really didn't like Zhong Xiaojing. If Li Longji could come up with this idea, he wouldn't know it was Brother Yi's idea. Now he saw a minister who had done nothing to snatch the money. A Chang, an official who had done a lot of things, was willing to take the money and credit for himself. Then this minister should be dealt with. The county magistrate was thinking about the people. He wanted to tell the people that these were the emperor's kindness. What was the Minister of Revenue doing? If I give you the money, can you get me a yuan in pledge? The yuan and pledge must be recorded in the history books. If the people don't give it to you, the emperor will fake it. Winter of the 2nd year of Kaiyuan, Chang, and yuan and pledge. Oh my God! Just thinking about it made him excited. Li Longji's laughter made Pei Yaoqing stop. The other officials were also stunned. Huanji continued reciting. Li Longji laughed and asked Pei Yaoqing to continue. Grand and glorious, my heart is thick. Flourishing in the world. Thousands of years of prosperity. Pei Yaoqing answered without any hesitation. Li Longji sat there and listened. It had been a long time since he heard Pei Yaoqing reciting. This literary talent was good and made him feel comfortable. After Pei Yaoqing finished reciting, Li Longji nodded and said, Next. This matter seemed to have ended, and no one had been punished. Will Yao Xiang follow later? Zhang Shuo asked. He meant that he wanted to go. Daoji, you can't go too. Yao? Cheng shook his head, lightly. Such a fun thing. I can't even go and take a look. Sigh. Zhang Shuo sighed. Chapter 169. Third brother, sister-in-law. In Zhuangzi, Li Yi arranged for people to set up a small shed around the ice rink, set up chairs, and put in a charcoal stove. When he saw the carriage arrive, he waved his hand to greet them. I heard that Brother Yi's ice rink will be open tomorrow. Li Longji smiled and didn't say anything. Empress Wang liked to play. If Li Longji went up, Empress Wang would be anxious. She couldn't go. The tourism industry is just trying. If it works, the whole area around Bar River will be very lively in summer. Li Yi pointed to the area near Bar River in Zhuangzi and said, a lot of flowers were transplanted this autumn, and they would bloom in spring and summer. Now, they were all plump and wrapped with hemp rope to keep them warm. The grapevines in the vineyards were all buried in case they froze to death. Li Longji looked. He knew about tourism. There were many buildings in Chang, and when there were a lot of visitors, people would go there to play. Then people would make money. It was the first time that Zhuangzi outside the city started such an activity. He wanted to see if he could make money. He didn't want to use soy sauce, fermented bean curd, or stinky tofu to make money. Uncle, can I learn from other places? Empress Wang stared at the ice rink. She wondered if she could use an ice cart instead of ice skates. Every place has its own characteristics. For example, places with a lot of stones can be made into fake mountains. Li Yi explained. Tourism was to promote the development of the tertiary industry and increase the income of the residents. A leader who didn't know how to do tourism was not a good leader. Of course, in the Tang dynasty, it was impossible to rely on natural scenery to attract people. In the Tang dynasty, natural scenery was everywhere. It was as natural as it could be. Tao Hong and Cui Lu supported Empress Wang on her left and right. He Yen stood behind Empress Wang. They stood and watched Li Yi give instructions. A small flag was placed on the ice. Below it was a wooden pedestal. Why is this? Li Longji looked at the flag and asked. The surface is smooth. If the child slips on the ice cart while kneeling, it will accelerate faster and faster. If the child can't make a turn, it will be dangerous. Li Yi introduced. Sitting down, one would not be able to increase their speed, but kneeling would allow them to exert their strength. Zhuangzi's dolls were sliding on the ice, kneeling on the ice cart. Encountering small flags, they would turn back and forth, giggling and choking on the cold wind. Li Yi didn't care. He let the children drink hot soup during lunch. After a while, Li Yi brought the two of them back to the cafeteria. According to the diet he gave her, she would eat a little in the morning. She should be hungry now, so she would eat a little more. She would eat a little more in the afternoon. In a day, he could eat 6 to 7 meals. The meal in the middle of the night depended on whether he would wake up. When she woke up, she ate a few dried fruits, drank a cup of hot fruit juice, and had a small snack. Brother Yi, you came up with the idea. No one in Chang and died of cold or hunger this winter. You deserve the most credit. Li Longji looked at Empress Wang eating toothpick meat and said casually to Li Yi, Third brother, don't say that. The one who can really carry out the plan is Chang and County Magistrate Pei Yaoqing. No matter how good the idea is, if it can't be carried out, it's better not to do it. Li Yi didn't dare to take the credit. The failed reforms in history were all because the people below didn't carry out the plan well. Yes, Pei Yaoqing is a good person. The toothpick meat is beef. Empress Wang tasted it. In a village 10 miles away, a cow was bitten by a snake. The snake hibernated in the corner of the cow pen. The owner pushed the cow dung to the corner, together with the grass. As a result, the temperature rose and the hibernating snake woke up. The cow went crazy and the villagers tried to stop it. In the end, The cow panicked and ran into a big tree. Li Yi introduced the cow's origin. The village was reluctant to eat a dead cow. Naturally, they thought of the Li family Zhuangzi and sent it to be sold. Is it poisonous? Empress Wang didn't dare to eat it. No, I paid for the whole cow. Li Yi shook his head. Uncle, you are easy to talk to. Be careful not to be bullied. Empress Wang felt that she had given too much. I also gave medicine. The man had gastric problems, and I did a gastroscopy to check for gastric ulcers. If I gave less money and didn't treat him, he would get heaty in the winter. He might not be able to survive. Li Yi told the truth. He used money and medicine to save one life each. Brother Yi, you are kind, unlike that Minister of Revenue. I heard that he wanted to take the Chang and Yaman's money. His name is... Li Longji pretended that he couldn't remember the name. Zhong Xiaojing. His regular script is good. My regular script can't be compared to his. It's just that thin gold body is bullying people who are not familiar with it. Li followed up. He had to admit that the regular script written by that person gave people the feeling that it was alive. For example, when he wrote the word walk, it felt like a person was walking. This was the charm of hieroglyphics. Is that person good, Uncle? Empress Wang helped to ask. The moment to decide Zhong Xiaojing's life and death had arrived. Zhong Xiaojing, who stayed in the palace and sulked in the Ministry of Revenue, would never imagine that his fate was in the hands of a young Dongzhu. Sister-in-law, there is no good or bad person. Their motives are different, Li Yi said with a smile. He continued, as for Zhong Xiaojing, his greatest contribution was helping the current emperor kill Empress Wei. At first, he became famous for his regular script and was promoted. Later, he didn't come into contact with the imperial court. He only held a position without any real power in the palace. Although he was called a supervisor, in reality, the work was done by others. After he made a great contribution, he was promoted to a high position. Later, he was demoted. When the current emperor ascended the throne, he was summoned back to show others. Putting a person who doesn't have the ability in a position that requires ability is harming people. Li Yi said casually. He didn't attack Zhong Xiaojing because of his nepotism and unscrupulous actions. He only said that Zhong Xiaojing's ability was not enough to support his position. Should he be demoted again? Li Longji listened to Li Yi's objective evaluation and didn't know what to do. His handwriting is so good. Can he be a good official if he's demoted? Leaving him to write in Chong, and Chong Wenguan is good. I want to publish newspapers here. It's always been engraved printing. It's too tiring. I plan to use characters to print. The characters need to be good-looking. Li Yi thought that other people's handwriting was better than his. Thin gold characters were arrogant, but not suitable for printing. If there was someone with good handwriting, why should he get him out? He should stay. Li Longji understood and said with a smile, Brother, he wants this person? I want his handwriting. Third brother, think of a way. Regular script is orthodox. If it were me, I have the ability to control him. I'll set up a calligraphy association. I'll let him be the president and teach others how to write. I'll make the best use of his talent. Throwing him in the position of Minister of Revenue will harm him and others. Li Yi respected regular script the most. It was the easiest to write, the hardest to write, the most rigid and the most flexible. It was the foundation of all words and also the head of all words. Uncle, what is a calligraphy association? Empress Wang ate another toothpick. It's a semi-official organization in charge of calligraphy. It can also be the president of a chess association, a singing and dancing association, a horse riding association, and an archery association. Li Yi gave an example. The association was quite interesting. There were times when there was corruption, but there were many things that could be done. Li Longji listened attentively while the two eunuchs beside him wrote. There was no one to follow them. Pine trees and brown rocks had to be written down and added to the daily notes. They could also write down useful words for Her Majesty to read. Good, brother, Yi said it well. I'll think of a way to pass it in. Li Longji felt that it was fine. The key was to solve Zhong Xiaojing's problem. Yao Cheng always wanted to deal with Zhong Xiaojing. He already wanted to do it, but he felt that Yao Cheng's power was too heavy. There was someone to keep him in check, so he didn't make the decision. Now that something happened, the officials were watching. Demote, why did you summon him back? If you don't demote him, are you going to let incompetent people cause trouble? Brother, he gave an idea. Move away from the position of Minister of Revenue and write. Chapter 170. All right, I'm done eating. I'll have lunch later. Empress Wang managed to control her appetite after eating 7 toothpicks. What do you want to eat? Li asked. The watermelon rind is delicious. Can I make soup with it? Empress Wang suddenly thought of something. Soup, Li said to Cui Lu. Cui Lu got up and went to arrange it. Can I have drunk crabs? Empress Wang asked again. No. Li refused decisively. Are you kidding me? If something happens to you, I'll have to save you. Brother, Yi, when are you going to sell the drunk crabs? Li Longji remembered that there were still many crabs in Zhuangzi that were made into drunk crabs. Crabs were not allowed to be eaten in the palace, not even if they were marinated in honey. The empress could not eat them. We'll sell them when they're almost done eating the crabs preserved in other ways. Li was not in a hurry. He did not like drunk crabs. He preferred steamed crabs, preferably sea crabs, as they were meaty. Sea crabs were meaty, while river crabs were flavorful. They were different. Sanlang, stay here tonight. I'll ask Uncle to take a look at the child in the afternoon. Empress Wang put her hand on her belly. I'll stay. Li Longji agreed. He had nothing to do this year anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, someone ran in and handed him a piece of paper. There's news from the court. Li Longji narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. The person ran away again. Li Longji unfolded the paper and looked at it. He then looked at Li Yi. Li Yi was speechless. What does the court have to do with me? I'm not in the court again. The Chateau Golden Mountain is here. Li Longji said to Li Yi. Who is it? Li Yi asked naturally. The Chateau Golden Mountain. Li Longji explained. Li Yi was stunned. After a dozen breaths, he said, Zhuxia Gold Mountain or Zhuxia Fu Country. How old are they? Those in their 70s are Zhuya Gold Mountain, and those in their 20s are Zhuya Fu Country. Both are here. Li Longji didn't know what to say. He had only mentioned a few names, and brother, he had already given him 2 names. They're all here. No. Third brother, hurry up and bring Zhuya Jinshan to me. He's dying. If he comes to me, I can let him live for a few more years. Li Yi just looked at the information and then estimated that Zhuya Jinshan died this winter. Based on the information, the Zhuya Fu country was once again the governor of Jin Manzhou. The year before last, he was appointed as the military governor of Jinman province. However, Zhuya Jinshan was still alive. Obviously, his son was not in the right position, and his words were not satisfactory. Now that he was here again, he had to reconfirm the location of the Zhuya Mountain sun, which meant that the Zhuya Mountain was gone. This was a diplomatic matter. With the threat of the Tubo and the Turkic Khaganate, the Shadua tribe was very important. As long as he was still alive, they could find a way to let him live for 2 more years. If they didn't handle it well, Chateau Jinshan might be sick and die in a few days. Third brother, hurry up and ask your people about Chateau Jinshan's condition. Li Yi was anxious. Li Longji was just about to instruct the palace maids and eunuchs when he suddenly remembered that something was wrong. When he returned, he said, without waiting for him to sit down, If he's sick, brother Yi, please do your best. I'll do my best to treat anyone who's sick. I'm a doctor. Li Yi emphasized. Then I'm relieved. Li Longji sighed in relief. Empress Wang yawned and was brought to rest again. Li Longji took the opportunity to drag Li Yi out for ice skating. He was wearing cotton socks and had changed into slippers. Even without Li Yi's instructions, he knew what to do. Gao Lisher and Yang Situ had told him to be steady on his feet, or he wouldn't be able to stand. Sure enough, as soon as he was on the ice, he stood still and slowly slid forward. Li Yi slid in front of Li Longji with his hands outstretched. Third brother, don't worry. If you're going to fall, just throw yourself forward. I can support you. If you're going to fall backward, don't struggle. You won't be able to adjust your balance and fall. Li Yi explained how to fall. The more one struggled, the harder the fall would be. When the skaters saw that they were about to fall, they would use the momentum to fall and slide far away. Especially for speed skaters, they would stop when they realized that something was wrong. If they were too fast, they would easily fall and hurt themselves. I have a full set of protective gear. When you fall, you'll sink downward. I understand, Li Longji said to Li Yi. At the same time, he was very serious, even though he couldn't increase his speed. After half a circle, Li Longji found that his calves and ankles were sore, so he simply sat down on the ice to rest. Li Yi also sat down. Third brother is eager to speed up. He doesn't know how to adjust his body's center of gravity. He just exerts strength on his ankles and soon gets tired. Yes. How can I smooth out the marks made by the ice? Li Longji asked as he moved his ankles to relax. Use a large tin bucket with a row of small holes under it to fill it with water. Put it in the car and drag it upside down. The car will sprinkle evenly behind it. Li Yi explained how to pour ice. The best ice is naturally the ice made of artificial pure water. Indoors. In fact, it's the ice outside. The river freezes naturally. That ice is good. Pouring ice is too slippery. It has to be poured. When pouring ice, the water can't fall too high from the ice. Otherwise, bubbles will appear and the skin will peel. This thing is good. It can also be used in competitions. Li Longji quickly thought of sports. The football field is about to be completed. In winter, there are few other fun things except for the football. Polo is not suitable, boating is not good. Tug-of-war is not interesting, skating is good. Li Yi also thinks that the Ice and Snow Project can give people a chance to move in winter. They can exercise while playing. Let's see this year. If there are many people, choose a place next year and there are mountains nearby. After the snow, use skateboards to ski. Li Yi thinks about the Ice and Snow Project. Curling is easy to make. It's already in production. What else is there? Wing Knights are practicing skiing. Li Longji told Li Yi news. Dogs pull the sled. Li Yi immediately thought of material transportation when he heard about the Wing Knights. There's no Alaskan dog, a good Chinese pastoral dog. As for letting the Tibetan Mastiff pull, it is unrealistic. The Tibetan Mastiff has a low IQ. It's okay for the master to follow, but it can't be commanded by another person. Can you transport baggage? Li Longji's first thought is war. Soldiers can also be transported, and the speed is very fast. Li said, Good. If so, I have to raise more dogs. Li Longji's target is Tubo. Tubo has a lot of snow, and it's hard to breathe. If he uses horses, they're not easy to take care of. If he uses dogs, obviously there are more things to feed. Dogs can eat what humans can eat. Dogs can also eat what humans can't eat. Li Longji stood up with difficulty and continued to ski. By lunchtime, he was able to ski 2 laps and take a break. In fact, he only skated 12 laps in total, but Li Yi was tired. Watermelon skin soup is indeed the best. How did I discover it before? Empress Wang praised while eating the fried shumai and drinking the watermelon skin soup. It's like eating celery without the leaves or eating coriander without the roots. It's a matter of habit. Li Yi's pursuit of food has deepened, and there's nothing he can't eat. Li Yi also eats fried shumai, but he drinks mutton soup. Zhuangzi's soup is mutton soup. They deliberately killed sheep to nourish the body. Li Longji imitated Li Yi and poured pepper into the mutton soup. Just as he was about to eat, someone came in and gave him a note. He glanced at it, nodded to Li Yi, and left. After a while, Li Longji brought in a slightly reserved young man. "Brother Yi, this is Zhuxiafu Kingdom?" Li stood up and guessed. He looked behind, hoping to see an old man. "Li Dongzhu, my father is in the car. He has been coughing for the past few days." The Zhuxiafu Kingdom's people are obviously from a minority ethnic group. They tried their best not to look at Empress Wang. They were already told what to do before they came. The emperor and empress of the Tang dynasty are actually disguised as relatives of the emperor to interact with a young man named Zhuangzi. Dongzhu, "Do you have a fever?" Li asked. "Yes." The Zhuxiafu Kingdom's people replied. "Let's not eat first. It's probably pneumonia. He's so old. Do you want to put him on a ventilator?" "Ah, let's go." Li Yi thought it was troublesome, but he had to do it anyway. He ran away to put on clothes and a mask. He didn't know if it was pneumonia. If it was it infectious? Chapter 171. Li Yi saw the old man. He had the typical appearance of someone who lived in the highlands. His skin was dark and wrinkled, and his nose was slightly larger. The old man's eyes were cloudy, but his expression was resolute. When Li Yi looked at the old man also looked at Li Yi. A white robe? His hair was tied up, and his face was covered with something white, revealing only his eyes. His eyes were clear and bright, and his gaze was indifferent. Li Yi looked around and asked, "Have you eaten breakfast?" "No, I can't eat," the old man said without any translation. "Have you drunk water?" Li Yi asked again. "2 sips," the old man replied. "That's great." Li Yi's eyes were filled with joy. Zhu Xiafugua was furious. "What do you mean? My father can't eat and you—" "It's a misunderstanding. Zhu Xiafugua, I want to do a blood test. It's more accurate to do it on an empty stomach. Of course, there's no harm in eating. I have other methods." Li Yi explained to his son, and then said to Zhu Xiafugua, "Follow me to do a scan. My equipment is very advanced." Li Yi gestured for Zhu Xiafugua to support his father. There were also a group of guards and servants standing there. He asked, "Do they have any coughing?" "No." Zhu Xiafugua's first impression of Li Yi was not good. "How long has it been? Is it gasping? Is it spitting? If it's spitting, what does it look like?" Li Yi continued to ask. From the moment they met, no, from the moment he heard Zhu Xiafugua say that his father had a fever, the diagnosis was in progress. On the way here, coughed. When he reached Chang, and he wasn't very gasping. There was sputum, some black and some yellow. He had a fever the day before yesterday. He found an imperial physician and said that it was a cold cough. He was prescribed medicine and drank it. In the end, he got even hotter and coughed nonstop. The imperial physician said, Zhu Xiafugua did not finish and pursed his lips. "Don't worry. According to traditional Chinese medicine, in order to eliminate and replenish the body at the same time, you have to eat ginseng tonic soup to strengthen the body, yellow almond to get rid of the evil, and white tiger licorice to harmonize the medicinal properties." However, he was too old and didn't eat much. If the amount of medicine increased, it would harm his body. If it decreased, it wouldn't be effective. The imperial physician did not dare to prescribe any medicine that was too aggressive, so he had to be careful when prescribing it. Naturally, Li Yi explained to the imperial physicians why the medicine did not work. Because of your family's special status, the imperial physicians didn't dare to use too much medicine. What if you died? Whose responsibility was it? Yes. I have heard them mention a few of the names you mentioned, and there are others. Jia Jinshan looked at Li Yi in a different way. This young man knew medicine, and when he spoke, he was not anxious at all, nor did he frown. The imperial physicians looked at each and every one of them. Some of them even shook their heads and sighed. "Don't be afraid. Stay in the hospital for a few days." Li Yi comforted him. He knew why he was panting on the way. The closer he was to Chang, and the easier it was to breathe. When he came over, he had to pass through the plateau. The plateau lacked oxygen and the altitude was low. When he took a breath, his oxygen absorption was high. If he reached the basin, he would probably be drunk. "Brother Yi, do you need help?" Li Longji walked over. "Third brother, don't come. If you pass it to sister-in-law, it won't be a simple matter." Li Yi quickly stopped him. If it was pneumonia, the pregnancy period would be. "Oh my God, how should I use the medicine?" As expected, Li Longji stopped and even took 2 steps back. Zhuya Jinshan and Zhuya Fugua saw it. They had received instructions, so they just nodded to show that they knew him. Li Longji said loudly, "My brother Yi's medical skills are unparalleled. If my family is sick, I will definitely look for you. You don't have to worry." As soon as he finished, the old man and his son's expressions changed. They seemed to be relieved. The emperor's family is sick, and they look for this young doctor? Imperial doctors can't do it? Li Yi brought people in. First, he drew blood and then put it into the CT machine. In fact, with this CT, most people could be diagnosed. There was no need to do a sputum smear. After a check, Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. His voice was still gentle as he said to the nervous Jia Jinshan and Jia Fugua, "This is pneumonia caused by coagulase-negative staphylococcus. It's easier to treat than Staphylococcus aureus pneumonia. I'll give you antibiotics, penicillin." The father and son did not dare to say anything. They just nodded. They were shocked. What were those things? They did not know if they were iron, copper, or wood. Was this medicine? Was it the imperial doctor's method used by the Tang emperors? After a while, Jia Jinshan asked, Can it be cured?" "Of course, or it will be embarrassing," Li Yi said wittily. The 2 of them actually understood. Li Yi brought the patient to the treatment room and mixed the medicine. The dosage of penicillin had to be low. People of the Tang dynasty would not be able to resist it if it was too high. He used penicillin to test the sensitivity first. While waiting, Li Yi did a blood test. This was not to see if there was pneumonia, but to see the physical condition so that he could adjust the diet and medication. He did not need to do a sputum smear. He saved the patient, saved the materials for himself. Li Yi took out ambroxol hydrochloride and acetaminophen. "Take these 2 medicines orally. The body temperature is 39. Don't be afraid. Hungry?" Zhuya Jinshan licked his lips. He was thirsty and hungry. He looked quite energetic just now, but now that he was on the drip, he was dispirited. "Take the medicine first, and then drink a bowl of watermelon soup. After the drip is over, we'll eat." Li Yi tried to make his voice as gentle as possible. He knew that the patient was relaxed now. He did not have to worry about dying and the body's functional response. "Do you want to use ginseng?" Zhuya Jinshan still felt that ginseng soup was good. "Not for the time being. Wait for the temperature to drop. If it stays below 38 degrees tomorrow, I'll change it to Chinese medicine soup." Li Yi said. He felt sorry for the Western medicine. If the temperature was not high, he would change it to Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine did not consume the patient's lifespan. Of course, the antibiotics had to continue. He asked someone to bring a lot of dried watermelon soup. The old man gulped it down. Not long after, he sat there leaning against the wall and fell asleep. Li Yi gave Jia Jinshan a simple checkup. After making sure that he was fine, he began to talk about the Chateau tribe. What did he usually eat? Was there anything fun? Did the sun and wind feel uncomfortable on his skin? If there was something that made him feel comfortable, how much money? No. How many things would he be willing to spend in exchange? The latter part was the key. There are a lot of good things over there, especially medicinal herbs and jewelry. Only by understanding the thoughts of the future big client could he better serve him. 1.5 hours later, Li Yi removed the needle and asked someone to move him to a separate ward. The caretakers put on protective measures. He disinfected himself and went back to the cafeteria to eat. How is it? Li Longji did not eat, but Empress Wang finished eating. The first use of antibiotics is estimated to take 5 days, no more than 7 days at most. Li Yi gave an approximate time. Without antibiotics, there were many other Chinese medicine, but it was estimated that they would not be able to get the patient back. If it was the early stage of the illness, they could still try. That's good. Brother Yi, let's eat. Li Longji called, and the two of them continued to eat. It's important that Jia Jinshan is alive, Li Longji said after eating a few mouthfuls. Yes, Li Yi agreed. The old man would probably stay in Chang, and his son would go back to inherit it. The Tang dynasty and the Chatua tribe were closer. They could do something else through this relationship. Chapter 172. After eating a few mouthfuls, Li Longji said, the Chatua people are far away from the Tang dynasty, and it's not easy to govern them. Just give them benefits, such as direct economic aid, which means giving things and money. There's also indirect economic aid and trade. Li Yi didn't think that there was anything difficult to manage there. The more people there were, the better. As long as there was a balance of interests, everything was negotiable. How many years will it take to truly belong to the Tang dynasty? Li Longji wanted to complete a great undertaking and turn the Turks and Tubo into real Tang dynasty territory. Now it seemed that many officials were appointed, and they didn't agree at all. A few decades will be enough. Li Yi was open-minded. After he nurtured his students, they would nurture their students. Then, the entire Tang dynasty's industrial, agricultural, and commercial foundation would appear. Unlike now, he had to exchange his lifespan for any high-tech technology. Of course, these Tang dynasty people wouldn't be able to make that CT scan in a few decades. But it was hard to say. A few decades could save him a lot of detours, and he could rush all the way to his destination. Just like the use of electricity, the real historical situation was that it had been used for many years, and there was a struggle between direct current and direct current. The essence of the struggle wasn't technology, but the right to speak. A few decades? Li Longji was worried. He didn't want to wait for a few decades, and he wanted to do it in a few years. Maybe it's just a matter of jurisdiction, and there's no need to use it. Li Yi pondered. Once the military and the technology were used, it would be enough. There was no need to improve the technology of the Tang dynasty to a certain level. The current problem was the people's livelihood and the control of the military. The outbreak of the Enlushan rebellion wasn't just a matter of Enlushan and Shi Siming. At that time, the rebels all over the Tang dynasty were fighting. Li Longji didn't handle it well, and the current Kaiyuan era was fake. Li Longji sighed and didn't want to say more in case he exposed himself. Why would a relative of the royal family think so much? Can the Jia Gold Mountain really survive? Li Longji asked again. Third brother, don't worry. The blood test and CT scanned didn't find any other lesions. It's just pneumonia. Li Yi promised that if he died from the treatment, he would not be able to study medicine in the future. Empress Wang watched and listened from the side. She slowly dozed off. Tao Hong and Shui Lu hurriedly helped her back to rest. During dinner, Zhu Gaya Jinshan woke up. Zhu Gaya Jinshan used a thermometer to measure his body temperature. After much difficulty, he realized that the scale was between the third and fourth grid of 38. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. The paramedics brought in food and disinfected the hallways and rooms. My father can live like this? Zhuya Jinshan asked the nurse. Yes, you are alive. You want to die in front of my Dongzhu? Humph. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The nurse was arrogant. They knew how to give injections and change dressings now, but they didn't dare to do it for children who were too young. Once they were pricked, they would scream and prick the wrong spot. His lordship was fine. If he made a mistake, he could just do it again. If he made a mistake again, he would not be angry. This tray is yours, and this one is his. The nurse took the food from the trolley. Both of them had a lot of vegetables. Zhu Gaya Jinshan's staple food was a big bowl of noodles. Zhu Gaya Jinshan's food was rice with water. Most of the dishes were cold dishes and pickled vegetables. Only a braised pork with preserved vegetables was hot. My Dongzhu said that you are still burning. You must not be able to eat too much food, and you don't want to eat, so he made it cool for you. There is a heater in the ward, so don't be afraid of the cold. The nurse introduced the situation and took out the watermelon without skin. Sure enough, when Zhu Gaya Jinshan saw these dishes, he swallowed his saliva and wanted to eat. At this moment, he had no strength. When he was sick before, he felt that he could not live. Even if he died, he had to be strong and hold on. Adrenaline was secreted, and he looked strong. Since he found out that he could live again, the sequelae appeared. He was a patient. Oh no. At this time, Ching Song ran and wearing a mask to see his complexion and eating appearance. The rice with water was cool, and the cold dishes were more refreshing. Zhu Gaya Jinshan took a bite, but he was reluctant to eat quickly. He slowed down and tasted a mouthful of braised pork with preserved vegetables. He was satisfied. Good, this is salty enough. Because my Dongzhu knows that you want to eat salty things at this time, especially with rice with water. Then you drink more water. At night, he will hang a bottle for you. The nurse said matter-of-factly. Dongzhu knew. His medical skills are amazing. Zhu Gaya Jinshan praised from the side. After the imperial doctor saw his father's illness, he felt as if the imperial doctor could not live anymore. His heart twitched, 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 twitched. When it was Zhuangzi's turn, the young Dongzhu saw the doctor, and he looked as if he did not care. At this moment, as expected, his father was not so hot. Instead, he was still coughing and continued to take this medicine that he had never seen before. Ching Song watched Zhu Gaya Jinshan finish the small amount of food before he turned and ran out. Eaten, all eaten. He reported to several people. Tomorrow morning we will make egg soup. You need to replenish your protein, but eat eggs when you have a fever. Drink more water. Li Yi found that the situation was relatively stable. The body's antibodies were important to prepare for food supplements. He did not want to directly inject vitamins and nutrients. That would be too embarrassing for traditional Chinese medicine. Unless it was an operation, such as appendicitis, and he really could not eat, then he would inject. Li Longji was relieved when he heard that he could eat all the food sent. If he could eat, he could live. Early the next morning, before Zhu Gaya Jinshan woke up, a large group of people rushed to Zhuangzi. Judging from their clothes, they were all from families with better economic conditions. The adults and children chatted, and Pei Yaoqing, who accompanied them, introduced the general rules. When it's time to eat, go to Zhang's village. The food in Zhuangzi is not good. It's for the villagers. He tricked them, using the villagers as an excuse. Some people nodded, feeling that eating with the villagers was degrading their status. Some people squinted at Pei Yaoqing, meaning, "Do you think I don't know what the canteen food in Li Yi's Zhuangzi is?" The food on the third floor of earthly paradise was eaten by Zhuangzi. The food that could not be eaten by earthly paradise was eaten by Zhuangzi. You are a dignified county magistrate. How could you lie like this? Pei Yaoqing pretended not to see and asked the children to wear protective clothes. In fact, it was just a hat on their heads. Let the ice cart and steak play. There were people on Zhuangzi watching by the side, and they were ready to take out the shabu skewers and play for a while. The adults were led to another ice rink. The coaches on Zhuangzi were skating crookedly and fell from time to time. The people who came to skate were more worried. Is this the coach? You are about to fall to your death. And you still want to teach us? Then Li Yi came. Li Yi went to check the rooms, focusing on Zhu Gaya Jinshan, and went to the ice rink without eating. Seeing that everyone was hesitating, he did not say anything and changed to ice skates and performed on the ice. He also did the most difficult step he could do, which was to step on the ice with the tip of his right foot and jump backward 360 degrees. He did not fall, and he succeeded. The people watching were in an uproar. It's too amazing. It turns out that skating can be done to this extent? Good. Learn, pay the money. After Li Yi did this, he stepped aside and changed his shoes. After changing his shoes, he slowly walked to the canteen with his hands behind his back. When he was out of everyone's sight, he stood up and moved his right ankle. I sprained it. I didn't warm up. I'll spray the medicine later. Oh, it's sour. Chapter 173. On the ice rink, Pei Yaoqing promoted. Within half a month, a skating competition will be held. Anyone who wins a prize will receive a soap and 5 sanitary pads. From the first prize to the top 10, they will receive a bottle of floral water and a bottle of glycerin. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they were all excited. Some couples even brought their children over to play. Ming residents said that there was a fun place here. Everyone who came was given a stick of sugar-coated haws when they left. Everyone came over to take a look after hearing the county magistrate's recommendation and the sugar-coated haws reward. They never thought that there would be something even better. Pyongkong Square had already spread that they had soap and sanitary pads. Even the servants had soap. A bottle of glycerin was worth 2,000 without counting the glass bottle. If one did not have a Celestial World membership card, they could not buy it anywhere else. Unless they had a bottle, they could come to Zhuangzi to drink it. A bottle was hard to get. As for the floral water, it was said that only the royal family had it. Even in the palace, not just any palace maid or eunuch could use it. It was said that it was better than spices. A few drops of it when bathing would make the whole body fragrant. Sanitary pads were for women and eunuchs. Men could not use it, but it did not mean that they did not want it. Regardless of whether they were married or not, they could give it to other women they liked. If they came together as a couple, they could not give it to other women. Otherwise, Peiming residents, I heard that Li Dongzhu is 28 years old. Someone was not in a hurry to put on his shoes. He stood aside and chatted with Pei Yaoqing. 28 years old refers to women. Pei Yaoqing corrected the other party's description of age. Then danced the elephant. Do you have a matchmaker? The person changed the way he said it. Don't even think about it. Li Dongzhu is not someone you can covet. Pei Yaoqing flatly refused. What a joke. If Li Yi wanted to marry, even Li Yi himself would not have the final say. If any general wanted to recruit Li Yi as his son-in-law, would His Majesty agree? Why would he recruit him? To conquer the world? In layman's terms, Li Yi was a strategic resource. Whoever got Li Yi would get the world. Pei Yaoqing's heart was as clear as a mirror. His Majesty brought the Empress here every 2 to 3 days. When Liu Bei looked for Zhuge Liang, he did not visit the thatched hut 3 times. His Majesty, on the other hand, simply got a courtyard nearby and used it as a temporary residence. If you try to take it away, His Majesty will execute your entire clan. I'm not trying to scare anyone. If you don't believe me, you can find a matchmaker tomorrow and try it. I'll have to get married in the end. The man mumbled and went to change his shoes. If it were my daughter, sigh. Pei Yaoqing suddenly sighed. He didn't have a daughter, they were all sons. His son naturally could not become sworn brothers with Li Yi. If he did, His Majesty would drop his blade. Did Jia Jinshan eat egg custard? When Li Longji was eating breakfast, he saw Li Yi limping. He stared at him for a while and asked about the Zhuya Gold Mountain. I sprained my ankle, Li Yi muttered with a look of, why didn't you care about me first? Brother, Yi, do you have a way to treat your sprained ankle? Li Longji asked cooperatively. Of course, I sprayed some medicine. It will be fine before noon. Li Yi said indifferently. Then Jia Jinshan ate egg custard. Li Longji asked again. At first, he said he couldn't eat it. I put the braised tofu pudding into the egg custard, and he ate it. Li Yi explained the situation. Normally, the egg custard had to be braised. Li Yi did not enjoy this treatment when he was young. Usually he would pour some soy sauce. At that time he could not bear to eat it, so he slowly pressed it with a spoon and drank the soy sauce and egg custard soup. In the end, he drank no more water. He added some soy sauce and stirred it. The egg custard was like caviar. It was like eating a banana and using your teeth to peel it bit by bit. It was a lack of resources and poor. In the end, when he sent the egg custard to Jia Jinshan and saw that he did not eat it, he remembered that there was braised food. Delicate. Empress Wang criticized Jia Jinshan. Her intestines were cut. When she was hospitalized, she laughed all day. When she was in pain, in order to play with her, she was sweating profusely and her face was pale, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. A clan leader actually did not eat egg custard. Humph. Sister-in-law, he is testing my medical ethics and the attitude of the Tang dynasty towards him. Li Yi knew clearly. Jia Jinshan was not an ordinary person at all. Was it not difficult for him to live there? How much pressure did a leader have to bear? How could he be as delicate as an ordinary person? He would not even frown if a knife was cut on his body. So it is like this. Sigh. So calculative. Empress Wang said and continued to drink the milk, but did not put sugar. Li Yi did not let her put sugar. He was afraid that she would have gestational diabetes. It was troublesome. Although most children would get better after birth, there was still a probability that diabetes would stay. If she had a normal diet, it could be treated, but it would be painful. Brother Yi, your family has a lot of money, right? Li Longji suddenly asked a question. Yes. Third brother, do you need money? Li Yi admitted that he had money. There were more than 3,000 migrant workers. If he could not make money, he would have lived in vain. However, he gave up a lot of profits. Why do you have so much money? Li Longji was concerned about this matter. I said before that I will cooperate with more villages to build greenhouses next year, especially the poor people who do not have the money to build greenhouses. I will give them a way to live. If they are willing to fight, they will naturally have a good life. I will give them a way to live. If they are willing to give up, I will think of a way to ignite their ambition. Li Yi said his plan. This was also what Yao Chong and the others were thinking about. How could people without money build greenhouses? They even planned to come over and ask. Li Yi already had an idea. If they did not have money, they would cooperate. Wasn't it normal for companies to send funds and technology to places? Poverty alleviation. Pay attention to positive energy. Why are you helping people who are willing to be poor? Li Longji could not understand this point. If people give up, why do you still care? Poverty alleviation must be supported first. An excellent official cannot expect everyone to listen to him immediately. If the people do not listen, they will say that the people are not good. This kind of official is not a good official. If the people are lazy, you have to make them diligent. If the people are lazy, you have to make them more active. Li Yi was talking about the things that happened to him in the past. Some village officials said that the people were not obedient. They told them how to make money, but they were indifferent. This official felt that the people were at fault. When he left, another official would come and talk to the other party. Then the other party would work hard to do things. If an official could not even change the thinking of an ordinary person, how could he protect the government? Li Yi felt that he could do it. If he used his ability to fool people, there was no thinking that could not be changed. Don't want to work? See how I deceive. No, guide them. Third brother, don't abandon, don't give up. Parents are officials. They are all children. You can't abandon a child just because he can't do well. It is the father's fault if the son is not taught well. If the teacher is not strict, it is the teacher's laziness. Li Longji directly interrupted and then repeated, Don't abandon, don't give up. Yes, they are all people. Empress Wang listened and smiled. So this is how officials should be. Then there are many officials in the Tang dynasty. She did not finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. They can be killed. They are too weak. Why should I keep them alive? Chapter 174. Li Longji narrowed his eyes. He realized that he had found a new way of thinking. That's right. If the local officials can do that, why can't you do it? I don't expect you to always take out good farming tools like Brother E. I don't expect you to save the dying and heal the injured. I don't need you to be proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, frying, cooking, etc. I just need you to bring the people under your rule to find a way to survive. The people don't understand the reason, but don't you know? At the same time, Li Longji had a feeling. He couldn't describe it, but Uncle's words make people bold, Empress Wang said. Mencius said that there is a righteous spirit. There is also a poem that says, Heaven and earth have righteous spirit, and the chaos is manifold. Below are rivers and mountains, and above are the sun and stars. To people it is righteous and it fills the firmament. The emperor's road is clean, and he spits out the court. Li Yi knew what his sister-in-law meant. He copied a few lines of Wen Tianxiang's poem. Positive energy was righteous spirit. It had to be promoted and followed the theme closely. Otherwise, heaven and earth have righteous spirit. Li Longji cooperated and praised. Uncle, there seems to be more. Empress Wang felt that it was not enough. This was clearly a 5-word poem. Why were there only 8 lines? I can't remember. I didn't copy well. Li Yi admitted his mistake. He couldn't write any more. The latter part involved the Lushan rebellion. Uncle, you killed them too early. You should remember clearly before killing them and burying them. Empress Wang smiled and teased. I will ask clearly next time. Li Yi promised. Li Longji was in a good mood. Every time he met Brother E, he would gain something. If it was another official, even if it was just a suggestion, he would be promoted. It was not easy to think of a solution. The official had to understand it before he could submit a report. If it was Brother E, he could ask Brother E anytime, anywhere, and Brother E would give him a solution. Should he tie up the people from the political affairs hall and drag them out, Li Longji compared others to Li Yi. He wanted to kill them. At this moment, Pei Yaoqing entered. Yi, in the blink of an eye, I have dealt with everything over there. Li Dongzhu, aren't you going to take a look? Pei Yaoqing thought that Li Yi was the only one eating, but many thanks to Pei Ming residents. I originally wanted to eat with Pei Ming residents, but third brother and sister-in-law wanted to accompany me. Li Yi quickly explained why he didn't wait for Pei Yaoqing to eat together. Pei Yaoqing was helping to attract tourists, so it wasn't good for him to eat first. Li Dongzhu, you're worrying too much. I really didn't have any appetite just now. I only felt hungry after I was done. What else could Pei Yaoqing say? How about I stir-fry a dish for Ming residents? Li Yi expressed his apologies. No. The food in the canteen is delicious. Pei Yaoqing firmly refused. His Majesty and the Empress eat the canteen food. If you cook for me, do you think I'm not dying fast enough? Turning around, he went to look for a plate to scoop the rice. There were no lattice plates for breakfast. They were all flat plates. They needed to be filled with porridge, soup, milk, and then filled with steamed buns, fried dough sticks, buns, and so on. There were ceramic plates for side dishes. Zhuangzi didn't lack ceramic utensils. Even if the porcelain didn't look very beautiful, it was still porcelain. Pei Yaoqing scooped oyster and winter melon porridge. There were small yellow rice inside. Then he took a tray of 8 small steamed buns, stuffed with pork and scallion. There was a fried egg with sugar, a plate of garlic eggplant, and a plate of tofu mixed with shallots. There was meat sauce on top of the tofu. These were enough. If there weren't enough side dishes, he would get more. Then he brought the food over and sat at the square table next to him. He said, Every time I go to Li Dongzhu's Zhuangzi canteen to eat, it's hard to choose. There are too many dishes. There are many people. Li Yi gave a humble explanation. The more people there were, the more dishes there were. In reality, it had nothing to do with that. From a psychological point of view, the more things there were to choose from, the happier one would be when choosing. They would always feel that they had chosen the best. If there were only millet porridge, steamed buns, and fermented bean curd, they would feel helpless when eating. A single food gave people the feeling that they were passive, but people liked to take the initiative. Pei Yaoqing glanced at Li Longji and asked softly, "I heard that Jia Fugua and his father, Jia Jinshan, came to see a doctor?" "There's only one patient, Jia Jinshan. It's a low infectious pneumonia. He'll be fine in a few days." Li Yi gave the answer. "That's because he met you. Otherwise..." Pei Yaoqing didn't say anything else. He knew about the old man's condition. The advice given by the Imperial Medical Department was to prepare for his funeral. If it was too late, there would be no time to treat him. If they prescribed offensive drugs, he would be gone if they weren't careful. No one dared to. If it were their own family members, they might have prescribed a bunch of life-threatening drugs. If they drank it, they would either live or die. Every imperial physician had a last resort when it came to treating illnesses, and some people were really saved. Li Yi understood this. Chinese medicine treated terminal illnesses. If they gritted their teeth and gave prescriptions, they could indeed bring the dead back to life. However, the probability was relatively low. What was even more difficult was that it was not easy to find such a Chinese medicine doctor. If they were not careful, they might be cheated by a quack. How is it now? Pei Yaoqing was concerned. If he or his family members had the same illness, he had to know, right? He's still feverish. At night, his body functions decline. In the morning, he will find that his body temperature has risen. When he eats, his body temperature will drop again in the afternoon. Li Yi explained the rules of the battle between the human body's metabolism and the virus. Pei Yaoqing nodded and asked, "How long will the fever last? Will it be uncomfortable?" If there's inflammation, he will generally have a fever. The discomfort is mainly reflected in breathing difficulties and pain. The antibiotic I gave him is penicillin. It doesn't stimulate the gastrointestinal tract that much. Tonight, I'm going to give him oxygen to let him have a good sleep. Yesterday, his body functions and were fighting, so oxygen was useless. If it was a child, oxygen would have been used yesterday. At the same time, more analgesics will be given. Because the child's metabolism is fast, as long as he is supplemented with protein and vitamins, the child will be able to survive very quickly. Li Yi explained his understanding of the illness and judgment of the medicine. Why did he do that? Pei Yaoqing didn't understand. Anyway, he knew that everything was under Li Yi's control. The key was that he felt especially at ease listening to Li Yi's words. The kind of words that he didn't understand conveyed absolute confidence. "Li Dongzhu, someone in my family has a toothache. It's not swollen, but it hurts when he goes out for a walk, especially when he inhales." Pei Yaoqing decided to ask. Li looked at him and was really speechless. "I haven't even seen the person, and you're asking me this. Do I know how much information is in your words? Are you hiding something? Put on a mask. Then use warm water when brushing your teeth and drinking water. Drink warm water. It's best to use warm salt water when you rinse your mouth." Li Yi had no choice but to give a treatment plan that wouldn't cause any misdiagnosis. Pei Yaoqing very seriously went to find a charcoal stick and a piece of paper beside him to write it down. Li Yi looked a little scared. He was afraid that the other party would come over and ask him to sign, put his fingerprint or something. If something happened, would it be used as evidence? Fortunately, Pei Yaoqing didn't plan to do that. After writing it down, he put it in his sleeve. Li Yi tilted his head and pondered. Would it be better if you sewed an inner pocket? Also, add 2 pockets below the waist of the robe. When the wind is strong, it can help to press the robe. Uncle, what do you mean? Empress Wang was the most curious about new things. Add a few more pockets. Otherwise, put it in the sleeve pockets. The arm will bear the weight. Li said, people nowadays stuff things into their sleeves whenever they had something. In fact, there was a pocket there. No matter if it was flat on the arm or along the arm, the weight would be on the arm and shoulders. If a copper coin was placed, the sleeve would fall down. Chapter 175. Li Longji and Empress Wang left after breakfast with the 12 drawings of new clothes drawn by Li Yi. Li Yi's clothes in Zhuangzi were different from other places. They looked more beautiful, including the children's clothes. He looked like a scholar. Chang and city was now popular with all kinds of backpacks and satchels designed by Li. There were leather and cloth ones. Everyone gave Li Yi 1 copper coin as a patent fee. Brother Yi, you have made a great contribution to the country. After Li Longji left, Pei Yaoqing became more active and changed the way he addressed Yi Tianyan. It was not easy. Brother Pei, do you believe that a specially designed piece of clothing can be sold for 1,000 copper coins? Li Yi asked Pei Yaoqing. 1 piece of clothing was worth 1,000,000 copper coins. It's a little expensive. There are some that cost 300 to 500 copper coins. The embroidery can be done against the light and against the light. You can see 2 pictures. Exquisite skills. Pei Yaoqing made a comparison. If the embroidery was done well, not only would it change color, but the pattern would also change according to the viewing angle. That's why we have to strengthen the country. Li Yi clenched his fist. When he was overseas, anyone who designed a piece of clothing would be worth a lot of money. Was the cloth expensive? It was the fame. Traditional Chinese things had been suppressed. Was it not good? It was the country that was not strong enough. The Tang dynasty will definitely be strong. Pei Yaoqing misunderstood. He lowered his head and continued eating. He listened to Li Yi and chewed slowly. As a result, the porridge became cold. Li Yi did not want to go to the autopsy room after eating. He wanted to wait for more blood to be supplied to the brain. He was peeling pine nuts now. He did not soak them with chemicals or grind them. The pine nuts did not open when they were fried. He took a small pair of tweezers and pinched them. The pine nuts were put aside for cooking. The price of pine nuts was not lower than mushrooms. The hazelnuts were also small now. There were no big ones. The wild ones did not grow big, and many of them had worms. Dried fruits were expensive. Li Yi also bought them and gave them to the people in Zhuangzi to maintain the body's nutrition. Pine nuts were usually made with oysters. As for shrimps, there were no large fishing boats at sea, and shrimps were not cheap either. Fresh clams were good stuff even in the Song dynasty, let alone the Tang dynasty. At this moment, dried scallops were being sold in Chang, and at a price lower than soy sauce. Then, Pei Yaoqing became addicted to watching Li Yi's movements. Li Yi's hands were steady, and the frequency was about the same. If he wasn't tired, he could read for an entire day. Brother Pei, hurry up and eat. Otherwise, you'll have to heat it up again. Li Yi advised. Pei Yaoqing's newly heated porridge would probably turn cold again. Brother Yi, your hands are very steady. I can't see any difference in your movements. Pei Yaoqing said sincerely, I'm more stable when I'm suturing and performing surgeries. Li Yi put down the tools and stopped pinching. Only then did Pei Yaoqing eat with peace of mind. On the other side, Li Longji's team had just arrived outside Tunghua Gate when 3 4-wheeled carriages appeared from the opposite side. Both sides met outside the city and stopped. Where are you going? In Li Longji's carriage, he asked the 3 prime ministers who had just arrived. Empress Wang went to the back. The carriage was big and there was room. Zhang Shuo and Lu Huaishan looked at Yao Chong, implying that he was the one who asked them to come out. Yao Chong was angry. Was I the one who asked you to come? You got your membership cards yesterday and heard that there was ice skating today. You insisted on coming. We have important matters to discuss with the people. Yao Chong could only speak up himself. Li Longji didn't answer and signaled Yao Chong to continue. In winter, the vegetables grown in greenhouses taste better. However, Li Yi's method is not convenient for the people. Even if the poor have idle land, how can they grow vegetables? You must know that cloth is money. Yao Chang's purpose was to criticize Li Yi's greenhouses. The cost was too high. How can people without money grow vegetables? That's why we're here, to ask him. Empress Wang, who had stayed in the back, was angry. She didn't care whether the ministers were talking to the emperor or not. She directly said, "Then shouldn't you think of a solution?" She already knew the solution. Li Yi had said that he wanted to cooperate. The rich and powerful would build greenhouses with the people with land. She also knew that the officials had to give advice to the people. Even if people didn't want to work, they had to find a way to make them work. Uncle never criticized anyone, even Zhong Xiaojing, who you looked down on. Uncle didn't immediately deny it. Instead, he said the location wasn't suitable. This breadth of mind, this bearing, this ability. Wasn't it the magnanimity of the prime ministers? The out-of-season vegetables in the greenhouses were all handed over, and even made samples. You didn't think of a solution yourself. Instead, you came up with a bad idea. What use are you? Empress, please calm down. Yao Chong felt a strong sense of anger. He was afraid that Empress Wang's pregnancy would be affected and the carriage would have to turn back. Everyone, listen to me. This greenhouse method. Li Longji began to talk about how to cooperate and how much profit to distribute to the people under normal circumstances. As he spoke, his face was sullen and dissatisfied. Brother, he was just chatting while eating. He didn't have the slightest bit of anger. It was as if things should be done like that. There was no need to worry. If it were the three of you, you couldn't think of it yourself. You ran out to ask, and you even had a righteous look. Does Brother owe you? Do you think he's easy to bully? When I asked about politics, I was beating around the bush. Let's talk about other things first before getting to the main business. You're better than me? Yao Chong and the others didn't feel anger in an instant. Instead, they felt murderous intent. So that's how it is. This subject understands. Zhang Shua used the fastest speed to save himself. Lu Huaishan followed. It's really unparalleled. Yao Chong wanted to stab each of his colleagues. Just now, the two of you pushed me out. Why are you reacting so quickly now? Is your desire to live so strong? He looked at the two of them in disdain and said, "This subject already knows. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your explanation. However, this subject wants to see Zhuya Jinshan's condition. Do you want to be infected? Then let Uncle treat you?" Empress Wang opened her mouth again. She was in a good mood. She felt that the baby in her stomach was happy. Yao Chong took a deep breath. He didn't want to argue with her. You have a child in your stomach. More importantly, the child should be a boy. That's amazing. The difference between the Empress's son and the son of an ordinary family is huge. The Empress is right. Zhang Shua spoke up. Does the Empress know about Zhuya Jinshan's current condition? Sigh. Empress Wang sighed and shook her head. Yao Chong and the other two shuddered. It's over. Even Li Yi can't do it. That's the leader of the Chatua clan. If he can... Uncle said that it will take at least 5 to 7 days to cure. Uncle has to personally prepare every meal. It's so tiring. Empress Wang continued. Yao Chong and the other two were speechless. They felt a deep sense of malice. 5 to 7 days of illness that a group of imperial physicians from the Imperial Medical Department had hinted at? Then why are you sighing? Empress, you've also learned bad things. I'm tired. You guys can continue. Empress Wang was in a good mood. She deliberately said that she was done after tricking them. Yao Chong and the other two looked at Li Longji. Your Majesty, can we do this? Ha ha ha. You've worked hard. Li Longji couldn't help but laugh. He forced it back and comforted the 3 ministers. There were still people to work in the Political Affairs Hall. If Brother Yi went to the Political Affairs Hall, there would be no need for 3 ministers. But no, Brother Yi can't know my identity. I request that we return to the palace together. Yao Chong could only change the topic. I second that. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua had a tacit understanding. Later, bring home vegetables, watermelons, and cantaloupes. Li Longji finally said something humane. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The three said in unison. Their hurt hearts were somewhat healed and did not hurt as much.